have a system error. That's a really not so flattering shot of me. Hold on. How do I do this? Guys, it has just been a hell of a day. Let's see if this works. Okay. That's much better. Hi. I forgot my curling iron. Wow. What a day. Happy Friday, everyone. My name is Lacey. This is Criminally Confident, and today we are still on some Jodi friggin' Arias testimony. This time it's cross-examination, and we have fully determined that she is out of her mind. And yeah, this is the day where the state stops examining her, though, or grilling her. So just like Jodi, it's going to take me a moment to get into the swing of things. Not that I want to be like Jodi. That sounded horrible. But let me go ahead and get this playing, and we'll go from there. Coco, God. That was loud. That was loud.
And so the answer is yes, you did think, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when you were doing this thinking, he wasn't in the closet, right?
No, he was opening the door at that
Ma'am, he wasn't in the closet, was he?
Who's in the closet?
He was opening the door and entering.
I'm not asking you if he was opening the door. I'm at you. The way you told the story just now was that you slammed the door. Didn't you just say that?
Yes, I did.
And when you slammed the door, you didn't get his foot, right? You didn't have his foot in the door, right?
No.
You didn't have his hand somewhere.
I forgot
the door
a drink.
didn't close, right?
I'll be right back.
The door closed, right?
Yes.
And for whatever period of time, he was outside, right?
I guess because it opened pretty much right away.
Ma'am,
Come on, Coco.
during this time, you were ahead of him inside of that closet, according to you, right?
That's right.
You had enough time to grab the door, right?
No, I slammed it.
You touched the door, right?
Yes.
And you slammed the door, right?
Yes.
It shut, right?
Yes.
At that point, he wasn't in that enclosed area with you, correct?
In that very second, no, he was
Right.
out.
You could have continued running out of this door here, couldn't you?
Yes.
You chose not to because you thought about it, right?
I don't remember really thinking. I just remember being scared and trying to put distance. And
You could have, though, run out and put distance between, to use your term, between you and him by running out this door, right?
that's right.
And if you would have run out this door, you could have then run down the hallway, right? Again, right?
That's possible.
Well, it's something you could have done, right?
If he hadn't stopped me, possibly,
Well,
yes.
wait a minute. You said that you were alone in the closet after you slammed the door for a period of time, a brief period of time, whatever it was, right?
Yes.
And then, so during that brief period of time, when this person who obviously is in shape had not catch you, you could have just run around and gone down the hallway, correct?
Not if I'm trying to keep him away from me.
Ma'am, you could have done that, couldn't you? You
No.
were alone in the closet, right?
Yes, I was.
And so if you're alone in the closet, nothing is stopping you from heading in this exit door. I know it's a door. Let's just call it a door.
Okay.
You could have then taken another right. You were familiar with his house, right?
Yes.
You were familiar with the fact that you could have gone down the hallway, right?
Yes.
And then you could have taken a quick left and you would have been down the stairs, right?
No, I probably would have been dead.
Well, ma'am, you could have done that, couldn't you?
Not unless I was suicidal.
Well, you're saying that all of a sudden, between the door to the closet, the one that's in the bedroom, and the door to the closet that's in the bathroom, he somehow got a lot faster than he did from this area here going all the way around. You're saying he all of a sudden got a lot faster, right?
Yes, Ms. characterizes her testimony.
You state your question.
Ma'am, the distance from here all the way around to the door is further than the distance from where you were standing inside of the closet to this door here, isn't it?
Yes.
So you could have continued running through here, couldn't you?
Yes.
He wasn't in the closet at that time, was he?
He was by that point, yes.
Well, and so he's now in the closet, and you're saying that if he's in the closet and yet he allows you, according to you, because now he's in the closet, he allows you to get up and get the gun. That's what you're saying, because he's now in the closet, right?
He entered the closet at the point that I was jumping up on the shelf.
So then the door is opening then, not when you told us before, but when you're going up towards the shelf, right?
Yes, when I told you before, which was almost immediately after.
Ma'am, my question to you is, when you went in,
I have
you were
heartburn.
able to have time
Sorry, guys.
to go towards the shelves, right?
Yes.
And you just told us now that during that period of time, whatever it was, he was not in the closet, right?
At that very moment, he had not opened the door.
Right. So then you just said that you were going over to the closet, an area to get the gun, right?
The corner.
The corner, right? And as you are in that corner, he's coming in through the door, right?
Yes, as I'm beginning to step up onto the shelf.
Right. You're beginning to step up. And you're saying now that this person who's coming after you and that is angry has now given you more time, and you now have more time to get the gun from up in the closet, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But man, this is a very small closet, isn't it?
No, it's bigger than the cell that I live in.
It's bigger than what?
It's bigger than the cell that I live in. It's not a small closet.
Ma'am, we don't want to know where you live in. Do you understand that?
I'm just using that as reference. It's
Ma'am,
not small.
do you understand? Did I ask you where you were living?
No.
We're clear, right? We do not want to know where you're living right now. Do you understand that?
Okay, sorry.
No need to
Okay.
take that attitude that. Is there an issue with you with answering the questions as they're posed?
Sometimes, but I'm trying to answer them the best I can.
So is it an attitude issue with you then?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor, move to strike.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
argumentative.
I don't think it is.
So this closet here is a small closet, isn't it?
No,
Objection, that's the answer.
not in my opinion.
I want to be.
It's actually
I
about
must
11,
take it on. Never
11
mind.
and a half feet, isn't it? From the door over there to this door here, isn't it?
I don't know, but that
Read that.
sounds somewhat accurate. I would have said
It sounds
12.
like, I can't hear
It
you.
sounds somewhat accurate, but I don't really know as far as distance, how long 11 and a half feet is.
Well, then let's take a look at exhibit number 249. See the measurement of the line from here to there? Do you see what the measurement is?
Yes,
It's 11 feet 4 inches, right?
yes,
So it's approximately a little bit over 11 and a half feet long, then, right?
around that, yes.
So you're in this closet. And when you're in this closet, you reach out to get this gun, right?
Yes,
And on direct examination, you remember looking at this photograph, which is exhibit number 70.
yes,
And you indicated that the gun was up in this corner here, right?
yes,
That's a pretty high shelf there, isn't it?
no.
How tall are you, ma'am?
I believe I'm 5'5.5" last time I checked.
And this
We're back for the ending
shelf,
of it.
you see that there?
Yes,
It goes almost to the roof. You see that?
yes,
And
Hi,
you see the
Dolly.
thing to the right here, the door?
yes,
It is higher than the door, isn't it?
yes,
You're saying that standing there in front of that shelf, you could, at 5'6", you can reach up and grab that top there?
no, that's not what I'm saying.
It's a
In fact,
very
you have to
nice
get up on the shelf
bed.
to do it, don't you?
Yes, I just got up on one.
Yes or no?
Yes,
And when you get up on these shelves, it isn't a situation that you can just get up with one hand, is it?
I did.
So you were able to somehow put 1 foot on one of these shelves, right?
Yes,
And without putting your hand, the other hand, which hand did you grab it with?
I don't remember.
All right, with the hand that was free that you did not use to grab, that you were able to just put 1 foot out there, grab the gun, even though you said it was way in the back.
It's just sitting right in the corner, not way in the back. There is no back, 'cause that's the wall.
Well, this is the back part right here. That's the term that you used.
Yes,
And so you're saying that it's in that corner, you can, according to you,
You
put your
guys
foot
know
on one of
each
these
other?
shelves without disturbing anything else and reach out and grab the gun, right?
that's what I did.
And you didn't disturb anything else in that closet, right? Nothing was disturbed, right?
No, my foot went right on the edge.
Pardon?
My foot went right on the edge.
And you didn't disturb any of the shoes, right?
No,
Didn't disturb any of the pants there, right?
that's correct.
Didn't disturb any of the ties that are there. Nothing was disturbed, right?
No, yes, that's right. Nothing was disturbed.
If we take a look at exhibit number 69, this gives us a further out view, doesn't it?
Yes,
And it also includes the bench seat, right?
yes,
Nothing is disturbed there, right?
that's right.
And yet you're saying that this very angry man is coming through here, coming after you, right?
Yes,
And that he is very upset about his camera and that you're able to get the gun up here, right?
that's right.
Is this the same gun that you told detective that he didn't own?
That's right.
Can't have it both ways, ma'am. Back then on June 10th of 2008, you did say he did not own the gun, correct?
Yes, I did.
And no one was even consulting you about the investigation. You initiated that contact, right?
That's right.
You agree that what you are telling us
It's
today
only a matter of time.
is, to be more than fair, inconsistent with that statement, right?
That's right.
And this thing, or the statement about the gun, this didn't come, that you said that it involved the gun, didn't come for years until after you had been arrested, correct?
Yes, years it took me to admit it.
So the answer is yes, it came years later, right?
Yes.
We've reviewed a lot of text messages, we've reviewed a lot of email or some email correspondence, and even your journal. And the text messages, there was some exchanges between you and Mr. Alexander that could be defined as heated, correct?
Yes.
You guys were fighting at some of these points, right?
I would say arguing, yes.
Okay, arguing then, right? And nowhere in those text messages does he ever threaten you physically, does he?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't, does he?
That's correct.
And there's no email correspondence in which he's threatening you, correct?
Trying to think. I know we talk about it, but there aren't any threats made.
There are no threats, correct? And
Yes.
there's no police report because you never called the police, right?
That's right.
There are no individuals that have come in to say that they saw him mistreat you, correct?
Physically, that's right.
Well, no. You're saying that there are individuals that came in here that say that he mistreated you some other way?
Objection, Your Honor, burden shifting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so Dan Freeman testified, right?
Yes,
He indicated that he treated you appropriately. Did he say that?
he did say that. He
And
also
in
said the
fact,
opposite.
there was only one fight that he was present, right?
Yes,
This is the trip to Havasupai. Do you remember that?
yes, I was mortified about it.
Pardon?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you remember that the reason that there was a fight was that he was trying to make sure that the trip was an enjoyable one, right?
I don't remember Dan saying that.
Well, do you remember he said that it needed to be enjoyable and that you needed to take out whatever heavy products were in your backpack? Do you remember that?
I remember that's what started the argument.
Right. And you got mad at him, right?
No, he got mad at me.
Oh, so Dan Freeman got mad at you?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Travis.
No, I'm asking about Dan Freeman.
No, I've never been mad at Dan Freeman.
I'm not asking if you're mad at Dan Freeman. Dan Freeman did not get mad at you then, did he?
No, he didn't.
And in fact, he indicated he was just trying to make the trip enjoyable because these backpacks can get heavy, right?
Yes, something to that effect.
And somehow, given what Dan Freeman did, it became a fight between you and Mr. Alexander, right?
It sparked a fight, yes.
And the way you phrased it, it was Mr. Alexander's fault, right?
That time, yes, it was.
Even though you're the person who was upset at having to conform to what somebody else wanted you to do, right?
I wasn't that upset.
Well, you started the fight, not Mr. Alexander, like you're saying, right?
No, I took the backpack upstairs and he came in and started screaming at me.
So your actions in no way, shape, or form, ma'am, contributed to the problems that happened that morning before you went to Havasupai.
No, they definitely contributed.
And they started it, didn't they?
I didn't think we were arguing, so
Well,
I don't know.
Your actions were the ones that started this whole fracas, weren't they?
I guess.
No, don't say that you guessed, ma'am. You were there, right?
Yes, I was there.
And you know how the fight started, right?
I do.
Yeah, and it was because you had an attitude because Daniel Freeman had gone into your stuff and removed items, right?
Objection, Mr. Travis.
Overruled, you may answer.
That's not when I would consider the argument beginning.
All right, you don't consider that. In fact, though, we've looked at these text messages and we've been talking about whether or not there's any indication that Mr. Alexander ever threatened physical harm to you, and you said no, right?
Yes.
But you did. You threatened physical harm to him, didn't you?
As a joke, I think I did.
No, yes or no? Didn't you threaten him with physical harm? Yes or no?
I don't remember ever threatening Travis with physical harm, ever.
Okay, let's take a look at one of the exhibits that you entered, Exhibit 443. Start at the top. He says to you, it gets old when you dramatize everything. You stress me out on a regular basis. You have 27 hours and you're moaning about not making PC. You shouldn't hang up on someone trying to help you. Now you are on your own. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
That is not a happy text message, is it?
No, it isn't.
That is not a joking text message, right?
Yes.
And then you say, nor should you have to. That's your response, right?
No, that's.
That's him coming, that's you.
Nor should I have to. Yes.
Okay, if we're bringing up old text messages from the past, and I'm on trial, my text messages are automatically going to incriminate me. If that was mean, holy shit. I am a mean elf compared to that. I'm just saying.
And then he responds, and then you say after that, within seconds, I wanted to tell you something about today. It's important and time is of the essence, right? That's what you
Yes.
tell him.
Yes.
He responds to you, too bad. You shouldn't have hung up on me, right?
Yes.
Still not a joking conversation, right?
Yes.
Still a fight or an argument via text message, right?
Yes.
And then you say, it was for your own benefit, not mine. I only wanted to tell you because I care about you, right?
Yes.
Now the mood is changing. You only did this because you cared for him, right?
Yes.
And so hanging up on him is because you really love him, right?
I I guess indirectly it could be that way.
Okay, so you show love by, in this circumstance, hanging up on him, right?
If I didn't love him, his swearing wouldn't hurt as bad, so I wouldn't hang up on him, so
Ma'am.
yes.
You hung up on him, right?
Yes, I did.
And you hung up on him because you love him, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying in an indirect
Hold
way.
on,
it could be
guys.
construed that
So the
way.
answer is yes, correct?
That's not the direct reason.
But you hung up on him and you're saying that you hung up on him because you love him. Yes or no?
Put plainly like that, I would have to say no.
Okay. And then he says, whatever, Jodi, doesn't he?
Yes.
He's upset at that point, right?
He, I don't know.
You think he's happy there?
Rejection causes speculation.
Overruled, you may answer.
No, I don't think that.
Pardon?
I don't think that.
Well, the first text message was at 16:53, and we understand that that's 7 hours ahead. The text message where he says, whatever, Jodi, is 16:57. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's roughly about 4 minutes later, right?
Right.
And you told us that you guys were fighting in this conversation, right?
Yes, we were arguing.
Right, during these 4 minutes that it takes to text message back and forth, right? So it's not a joking conversation, right?
Not at this point.
No. And then you answer almost immediately, I'll whatever you in the nose, Travis.
Yes.
You think that's funny, right? That's a joke.
That was his joke that he used.
Pardon?
That was his joke
You think
that he
that's
used
funny?
to
I'm
say.
asking you if you think that's funny. If that's a joke.
I was hoping he would think it's funny.
Man, I'm asking you if you think that's the joke.
The whatever you in the nose.
I'll whatever you in the nose, Travis, right?
Well, that was my goal, so at the time, yeah.
So you thought it was a joke, right?
Yeah,
Even though you're in the middle of a fight.
yeah, I'm trying to diffuse his anger.
But that's not what it indicates there. Travis, I'm trying to diffuse the anger. I'm going to punch you in the nose.
She's already said what it indicates.
Overruled, you may answer.
Well, not if you know Travis. That
Yeah,
would be a
yes or
joke.
no?
You're wrong. So that
Well, all
would
right,
be
then let's take a look at the next message. It says, I was just trying to help you.
Whoa.
You've hung up on me several times before, even after I've asked you not to. It's reasonable that I shouldn't tolerate swearing. But again, I'm very sorry. Have a great day. You're still fighting in between there, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to ameliorate the situation.
Fight isn't over. That's why you're apologizing, right?
I guess.
So it's not a joke, right?
No, it was a joke.
So you say that you grabbed the gun from this area here. This is exhibit number 70, up at the top, without disturbing anything, right?
That's correct.
And so then, what do?
Right as I'm reaching for it or getting up on the shelf, he's opening the door, so I run out the other door. And he follows me and I turn and point.
Well, let me stop you there. What you're saying is that you're able to get the gun before he opens the door, right?
No, it's right. It's contemporaneous with that.
So he's opening the door and you're grabbing the gun,
Around that time, yes.
okay?
Right around the same moment.
So if you're down here toward the end here, which is near the door, you agree with me that the gun was near the door, right?
When I grabbed it, yes.
Pardon?
When I grabbed it, yes.
No, when it's kept up here. This,
Oh.
this is near the door area, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're saying that that's the time that he's opening the door to get into the closet, right?
As I'm going for it, yes.
Yes. So you have at least 11 and a half to 12 head start at that point, don't you?
Yes.
And with that head start, which is the length of the closet, by the time he's opening the door, if you chose to, you could have been out this door, couldn't you?
Yes.
You chose to escalate this, didn't you? Even though you had that 12-foot head start, didn't you?
No, I didn't choose to escalate it. I was trying to de-escalate it.
And you chose to de-escalate the situation by, according to you, getting a handgun, right?
Yes.
Just like in this situation here, in Exhibit 443, you tried to de-escalate the fight by telling him, I'll whatever you in the nose, Travis, right?
Yes, except that was a joke.
Yes, yes or no?
Yes.
So then that you've now grabbed the gun, let's take a look at Exhibit number 72. You see the closet door there?
Yes.
That's the one that you came out of, right?
Yes.
Where do you go?
Into the bathroom.
Pardon?
Into the bathroom.
This is the bathroom that we're looking at, right?
Yes.
And so you go in there, where do you stand?
In the center.
So this would be the center, right about here, right?
I don't know. It's a little farther than that.
So you're even further away than this picture shows into the bathroom, right?
I'm right about there.
And you run into the bathroom, don't you?
Yes.
You're in a hurry, right?
Yes.
You want to get away, right?
I want him to not get close to me.
Well, you want to get away. That's what's going on, right?
I want him to not get near me. That's what's going on.
And so you're going quickly, aren't you?
Yes, it was frantic.
You're not going leisurely, right?
Definitely not.
And so when you get inside here, you, run in here? Is that what you do?
I took a few steps and turned around.
All right. The few steps that you take, are they quick running steps or are they just leisurely steps?
They are quick steps.
Like running, right? Because you want to get away from the circumstance according to you, right?
Yes, but the floor was wet and it was kind of slippery.
But you had socks, right?
I don't remember.
Well, then let me help you refresh your recollection here. Take a look at Exhibit 162. See that photograph there?
Yes.
You see that foot there? Right?
Not lie.
Yes.
That is your foot, right?
Yes.
There is some footwear on there, correct?
Yes.
That is a sock, right?
Yes,
Or are you saying it's a shoe? Which one is it?
it's a black sock.
So,
How can you
run
guys
in
see
here.
anything in that? I can't see anything in that photo.
and you say it's wet, right?
Yes,
But if anybody is more wet, it's him, right?
yes,
Because if you're talking about slipping, he's the one that's more apt to slip because he's the one that's wet, correct?
correct.
Not you, because you are not wet, right?
Yes, that's right.
And the socks provide better traction, don't they?
Yes,
And so what you do then is, according to you, is you then go in here and then you pivot, right? Or turn around,
yes,
right?
that's correct.
You run in here, you don't run that way. It's easier to go to the right, isn't it? Than it is to come to the center of the bathroom, isn't it?
I don't know. I wasn't thinking of left or right or forward or what. Just getting.
It's closer to go to the right down the hallway than it is to come into this area in the bathroom, isn't it?
I would say it's equal distance.
All right, so it's equal distance in this area that you go to. And then you turn around, right, which takes some time, right?
Yeah, half a
It does
second.
take some time to pivot, doesn't it?
Pivot.
You have the gun. Which hand do you have the gun up in?
Both.
So you have it out like this with both hands outstretched,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so you have the gun outstretched, and he's still not there yet, right? He's still in the closet.
He's coming out the door as I turn.
So he's at the door now, right? How far away are you from the door?
I don't know. I'm somewhere in the middle of the bathroom.
You're in the middle of the bathroom, and he's standing at the door, right?
She's in the middle of the
He's not standing, he's
closet.
running toward me.
So he's running very fast, right?
Yes.
Almost without giving you a time to react, right? That's the way you describe it, right?
I don't know. He just was running at me as I turned around.
Right. And he was really close at the time you turned around, right?
Hi, Nancy.
I don't know. He was coming at me.
I understand he was coming at you. I'm talking about how close he was. He was close, right?
He was closer than I wanted him to be at that moment, but I don't know what you mean by
Well,
close.
how close is him being closer than you wanted him to be? How close is that?
I don't know. I just didn't want him.
I understand he didn't want to near you, but how close is he to you? Was he as close as you in the court reporter?
Objection, asked and answered. She said she doesn't know how close it was.
Overruled.
Didn't they have sex this night? So the topic of being close, isn't that a little weird?
At one point, yes, but that distance was closed.
Okay, and that distance was close after, or the distance was close, and then you shot him, though. In other words, you got closer before you shot him.
I think it was all simultaneous.
You think what?
It was all simultaneous.
You don't have any problem remembering this part of the event, do you?
Ooh.
When you break it down that much, yes.
It's something that, according to you, you said on direct examination, I've never killed anyone before. You remember saying that?
Yes, there was
So it's kind of a highlight in your life, wouldn't you agree? Or a low light, however you want to look at it.
a defining moment.
Right. And as a defining moment, to use your term, it's something that'll stick with you, won't it?
Yes.
And so I'm asking about a defining moment in your life. How far away this individual was when you had the gun out? The gun that you brought from Wairika, didn't you?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony as a compound question.
Restate your question.
You brought the gun from Wairika, didn't you?
No.
So how far away was he?
He was running toward me, so the distance varied.
Well, he couldn't have been running towards you very long because if he's here in the breach of the door and you're right a little bit down here, that's within 4 feet, isn't it?
I guess. I don't know how long it was.
Well, then maybe if we take a look at the measurements here, it'll tell us a little bit, okay? You see that the door is 33 inches, right?
Yes.
And that's where he was standing, right?
He was never just standing. He was in motion.
That's where he went through in the breachway when you saw him coming at you, according to you, correct?
That's correct.
And the distance from here to here, and if you want, I'll say it's 36 inches. Do you see that?
No, where?
It's right here.
Okay.
So that's 3 feet, right?
Yes.
And if you just take that out and you stand right there, isn't that about where you told me you were? About 3 feet from the door?
No, I didn't say that. I was more in the center of the bathroom.
It was what?
In the center, more toward the center of the bathroom.
All right, if it was in the center, can you see how far this is here? Can you see if
Yes.
that's a 6 or not?
That looks like a 6.
All right, so if we go 6 and 3 feet, that's 9 feet, right?
Yes, but that's not accurate.
So you're saying whoever measured this didn't measure this accurately?
No, not the
I think
measurements.
he was
Correlate
expecting
where she
her.
was. He's talking apples and oranges.
Objection to the speaking condition nature of the objection.
It was the last
to-
minute stop.
Overruled the objection. You may restate your question.
The distance from here to here, you told us is 3 feet, right?
Yes.
The distance from here to there is about 9 feet, right?
Objection foundation, she disagreed on the deal. She didn't make these measurements.
Sustained.
All right, this says 6 feet, right?
Yes.
This says 36 inches, right?
Yes.
So that's 9 feet total, right?
Yes.
And you were standing, you said, About the middle of this room, right? Right about here. That's what you said, right?
A little more, right around there somewhere, yes.
Right about the middle. And if we take it across, that would be where the 6 was. Do you see that?
It looks about to scale, yes.
Pardon?
It looks like it's to scale.
I'm going to object to the accuracy of the measurements, Judge, in terms of where he's asking her and the measurement of where she was standing.
Approach, please.
So I think I answered my own question. She originally was not going to stop and visit him that night. And then he kept like asking her to come over so that they could have sex. And that's what happened. Let me see if I can fast forward it. So yeah, anytime you're dealing with a crazy person, no matter what, no matter how good the sex is, just walk away. I think that's the lesson here.
Correct,
And he comes at you, right?
yes.
And according to you, he is on you when you shoot him, right?
Not quite on me. I think the gun went off and then he
I agree,
impacted me
Paul.
right shortly after that.
What I'm asking, ma'am, is you have your hands outstretched, right?
Yes,
And he's coming towards you because you've already told us that you're here, correct?
right about there.
And that he is coming through the door, right?
Yes,
And you have your hands outstretched toward facing him, don't you?
yes,
And that he keeps coming towards you and he's not stopping, is what you told us, right?
yes.
And in fact, according to your testimony on direct, he falls on top of you, right?
He lunges at me like a linebacker.
He lunges at you and that's when the gun goes off, right?
It went off prior to
Him lunging at you?
prior to impacting me.
So in other words, he's lunging at you and is almost on you, and then the weapon, according to you, goes off, right?
Important lesson.
Something like that. He lunged. He went to lunge as the gun was going off, and then he impacted.
So he's already moving sort of in the air towards you when the gun goes off, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he was moving like for my waist.
And he comes towards you, right?
Yes,
And you keep saying like a linebacker. What does that mean?
because linebackers kind of get down low and crouch, and then they attack or whatever they do, and that's kind of what it reminded me of. He didn't get down with his hand on the ground, but he got down low and he impacted my torso. Like
No.
around my
I'm
waist.
not asking where he impacted your torso. I want to know how he was standing, such that you can define it as a linebacker stance.
Because it reminded me of a linebacker the way he.
I understand that it reminds you of that. What was he doing?
Yes. Finish.
When he lunged at me, he crouched like a linebacker kind of. That's why I say that, because that's what it reminded me of.
I understand that's what it reminded you of. How does a linebacker crouch, ma'am? Explain that to me. You just keep defining that linebacker crouching by saying he crouches like a linebacker. How?
He got down kind of low.
Okay, does that mean that he was all the way down on the ground? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's almost like he dove, kind of like that.
So he dove at you and he's very close, correct?
Yeah, he was pretty close.
I hate
guess.
this
Too
guy,
close for
too.
my comfort.
And as he's diving towards you, that's when the gun goes off, right?
I think so, yes.
Well,
I don't
now
like
you-
her.
It all happened so fast.
And you do have your hands outstretched, right?
Yes.
And from then on, you say that you don't remember anything, right?
No, I remember a little bit after that.
Well, okay. What happened to the gun?
It got knocked out of my hand.
How did it get knocked out of your hand then?
The impact
The impact from what?
from Travis hitting me.
So he actually fell on top. He was that close that he fell on top of you, right?
We both fell together, but he didn't fall on top of me. I was trying to prevent him from getting on top of me. He lunged at me and hit me and knocked the gun out of my hand, and we both fell backward toward the trash can.
I don't understand. You said that you're out here with the gun outstretched, right?
Yes,
And that he's lunging towards you, right?
that's correct.
And he's looking at you though, isn't he? When he's lunging.
I don't know where he's looking. I don't know where he was looking.
You can see his face, right?
I don't recall like looking in his eyes, seeing his face.
I'm not asking you if you're looking at his eyes. I'm asking you whether or not you could see his face.
Not really. Like he was kind of like
Okay. So what you're saying then is that he is more like a bull rather than a linebacker because he's got his head down and he's charging like a bull with his head down. That's what you're saying, right?
not quite down like that, maybe in between. That would be accurate.
All right. So he's in between here. If he's got his head down, as you tell us that he does, and you say you can't see his face. That's what you say, right?
No, I just don't remember whether I noticed his face or not. He was just this ball of fury coming at me, and that's what I remember.
And you said you couldn't see his eyes. That's what you just said, right?
I don't remember seeing his eyes.
So that means you didn't see his eyes, right?
That doesn't mean that. It just means I don't remember looking into his eyes.
So if he's down in this position that you're talking about with his head down like that,
I think
how could he possibly know to come after you if he's looking down? How's he going to do? Feel his way around?
today.
Sustained.
He has his head down. That's what you said, right?
He was I can just describe it as like a linebacker unless I get up and act it out, which I would like to not do if possible.
Then do it. Go ahead. Show us how he was standing immediately before, or how he was sitting or crouching immediately before this happened. You can do it just from there. No. Go ahead and do it. Just stand.
She's like, I'm a paraplegic. Don't you know this, Mr. Martinez? She's so full of it. They have to do stupid sidebars every stupid 3 to 4 minutes. Hold on. You're not wrong, Nancy. I have rheumatoid arthritis and fibromyalgia, and motion is lotion.
Record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Please be seated.
If I
Counsel,
get
you
up
may
and move, I'd
approach.
feel better.
Mr. Martinez, you may proceed outside the presence of the jury.
Can you just step to the left and then come down here?
Come all the way around. You may.
I don't want to fast forward. I want to see what happens. What
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you leave the courtroom for a few minutes, approximately 5 minutes, and then we will call you back. I'm going to ask that the cameras stop recording at this time.
Fuck you. Ooh, I could do stretches. I should probably have one of those things under my little desk thing where I like move my legs. Okay, this is probably TMI. Everything hurts. Like everything on my body hurts right now. That's never happened before. And so I figure it's where I'm sitting. That's the first thing. And my posture's off. Like I'm probably slouching. There were a few times yesterday where I know I straightened my back, but like more so than not, I feel like I probably crouched or slouch rather. And I need to do a better job about that. I've had endometriosis surgery twice. That's a blast.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, if you wouldn't mind, stand up, go to the left, and show me the posture of Mr. Alexander immediately before he rushed you according to you.
As he was
No,
running,
just show me. That's what I'm asking you to do, not talk. Show me. Show me the linebacker pose.
he got down and
Well, show me the linebacker pose. That's what I'm asking for
Get
you to
down and
he
in
went like that, and
position.
and grabbed my waist.
do. Just like that, correct?
Pretty much.
And he grabbed your waist, right?
I can't say it's just like that. That's what I pretty
No,
much.
just I want, without talking, just show me the pose.
He got down like that.
Like that. All right, go ahead and have a seat then. And ma'am, you said that this happened right about here, correct?
I don't know, it was somewhere in the center of the bathroom.
Right. So how is it, ma'am, that if you are shooting him, and that's the first thing that happens, how is it then, ma'am, that the shell casing, Exhibit 111, then landed in blood?
Objection, counsel, speculation. She's a ballistics expert.
I don't give a wet
It didn't
patch
land.
of piss.
You say Exhibit 111, right?
That's
Yes.
new.
That's the casing that was involved in this case, wasn't it?
Yes,
There was a casing that was ejected, wasn't it?
yes,
And when you say that this happened, there wasn't any blood on the floor, was it?
that's correct.
This was the first, if you will, blow, correct?
Yes,
And this is how the casing landed. You see it?
that's not how it landed from the blow.
Ma'am, you do see the casing there, don't you?
Yes,
After it came at you, ma'am, and that happened, did you go down?
we both went down.
You went down on your back, right?
All the women are like,
Yes, I went on my back.
Did you strike your head?
I don't recall striking my head that time.
Okay. So the answer is no, you did not strike your head.
Objection has been answered.
I don't know. I don't think I did, but I don't know.
And was he on top of you? How was he? How was it?
He landed to the side of me and was grabbing at my clothes.
Okay, so he landed
Where
to
were
which
the
side of you, the
pop
right or
rocks?
the left?
The right.
And so he landed to the right side, and now he's got this gunshot where?
I didn't know he had a gunshot.
I'm not asking you if you knew he had a gunshot. We know he did. I'm asking you, he's got this gunshot, and what's he doing?
He's very pissed off and he's trying to grab me.
And he's speaking to you, right?
He was screaming obscenities at me.
What's he saying to you after he was shot? Tell me what he was saying.
I don't remember the words.
You can't remember a single word that he screamed at you afterwards?
No, I don't.
And he's screaming this loudly. Screaming implies that he's doing it loudly, correct?
Yes.
And so he is to your left or to your right? You're facing up. So is he to your left or right?
My right.
That means he's toward the tub, correct?
He would be on that side, but not near the tub, I don't think.
But it would be on that side, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're saying he wasn't bleeding at that time?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, well, I don't know. You haven't asked me anything about that.
Pardon?
I don't think you've asked me anything about
I'm
that.
asking you right now. Are you saying that he wasn't bleeding?
No, I'm not saying that.
So he was bleeding at the time, right?
I don't remember seeing any blood at that moment.
So when he's down there, you don't see any blood, right?
No,
So that, for example, at that point, there can be no blood in the bathroom. We can agree on that, right?
no, I don't agree with that.
There was blood somewhere in the bathroom immediately after you shot him, other than around him?
I don't know.
Well, you were there, right?
Yes,
You said that you ran in this direction, right?
yes.
When he was chasing you, did you happen to see the blood over here on the left side when you were running in that direction?
There was no blood there when I was running in that direction.
And was there any blood down here when you ran there the first time?
No,
How about any blood right here where it says number 5? That's right here.
no.
Hi, if you just received a membership from Maybe Not, make sure to give her a thank you or a W in the chat. I so greatly appreciate that. Maybe you are such a great supporter of the channel and the stream. So everyone say thank you, Maybe, and feel free to follow suit if you are in the giving mood.
So there was no blood when you shot him then, right?
Not at the moment the gun went off.
How about immediately after he was struck? Was there any blood?
I don't remember.
Weren't you looking at him or anything?
I wasn't like examining him or looking.
But
No.
you weren't looking at him?
Right after the gun went off?
Yes, right after the gun went off.
I think I closed my eyes really tight. I
Well-
don't remember seeing him. I just remember getting hit really hard and we fell.
So you remember going down and you don't remember looking at his face or anything like that, right?
Not at that point.
Well, aren't you, according to you, you don't know if he's been shot. Isn't he still a threat?
Definitely.
Right, and you're not trying to get away at that point, right?
I was.
Well, no, you said you had your eyes closed and you were just laying there. Didn't you just say that?
No, I closed my eyes, I think, as the gun began to go off.
All right, you opened them up at some point, right?
Yes,
Did you open them up when he was lying right next to you on your right-hand side?
I believe I did.
And so then you see him bleeding, right?
I didn't look at him.
So you never looked at him, but he's cursing at you though, right?
Yes.
He's cursing at you just like he was before, right?
Maybe not the same words, but he was cursing at me.
He was cursing at you, which you say precipitated this killing, right?
Yeah,
And so then you say that you're down on the ground and he's still cursing, whatever the words may be, right?
yes.
And you're not looking at him now, right?
No,
You're not rolling away from him now, right?
I'm attempting to get away at this point.
With your eyes closed, right?
No,
Your eyes are open now, right?
I believe they are open, yeah.
And you're not looking at the source of the danger then?
No,
You're not?
no.
Why not? If you were looking at him before, and this is the reason that this person you claim may want to be threatening you, why don't you look at whatever the source is so that you can try and get away again?
I don't need to because I already know what he's doing at that point.
You think he's what?
I didn't need to because I already knew what he was doing at that point.
You already knew what he was doing at that point.
Yes.
You knew he was cursing, right?
Yes,
You knew he was right next to you, right?
Hold on.
You knew he was grabbing at you, right?
yes.
And so you just got your eyes closed.
He already does talk fast, and so does she. So I actually slowed it down from what it was before, because when it was her defense attorney questioning her, you would never think that it was on 2 times speed. He talks so damn slow. And this lasted 75 days, this trial. I don't know about you guys, but I got places to be and people to see. So I ain't got time for a 75-day trial. We're starting a new one in January. So plus I live my life on 1.5 times speed.
And you don't even know where you're going to go.
I believe I said my eyes weren't closed at this point.
Okay, so your eyes are closed for how long?
I don't know. I just blinked hard, I guess. I don't know.
So then you do open your eyes, right?
Yes.
Then do you see blood?
I don't remember seeing blood.
So you don't even see blood at that point then, right?
No,
And he's still not dead, right?
definitely not. He's very angry.
He's very angry, and this is seconds afterwards, right?
Yes.
Is he on all fours now?
He's on the side of me, grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me.
So he's on your right side grabbing at you, right?
Yes.
Is he punching at you?
No,
Is he hitting you?
no.
Is he doing anything else?
He's just it seemed like he's trying to get control of me, and I was trying to push him away to get up.
Throughout this whole thing where you are having this confrontation to him, you ever tell him to stop? You ever tell him to do anything?
I think I screamed stop when I pointed the gun at him.
And when he's next to you on the right-hand side, did you say anything to him?
Thank you, Carrie.
I don't remember.
All right, Lefty. Oh,
Are you
that's
saying that you're having a hard time remembering things that are happening now that you shot him?
Yes.
So it appears then that your memory becomes faulty immediately upon you shooting him.
Yeah, things get very foggy from there.
That's immediately, the shot takes him down and it creates a fog for you. Is that what you're saying?
It begins to create a fog.
So, but you weren't struck by the shot, were you?
No.
In fact, you don't have really any injuries as a result of killing him, do you? Other than the one to your left ring finger, correct?
That's the only visible injury.
Pardon?
That's the only visible injury.
I'm talking about visible injuries, right? That's the only visible injury that you have, the one to your left ring finger. Even though, according to you, he slammed you down, right, when he got out of the shower, and then he slammed you down again when he was coming at you and you had to pull the gun, according to you, right?
Yes,
And he's also grabbing at you while you're down on the ground, and he's not being gentle about it, right?
that's correct.
No bruising, no anything other than just a thing to the injury to the left ring finger, right?
I don't know if my skull was bruised.
Pardon?
I don't know if my skull was bruised.
Aside from that, do you get medical care for that?
No.
Do you seek medical care for your finger?
she's in fucking jail. Why
no, I
would
do
she?
not professional medical care.
Well, you do have an injury to that left ring finger, don't you?
Yes.
And so when you arrive out in West Jordan, Utah, and you see Mr. Burns, you did have an injury to your left finger.
We're
correct?
talking about two different injuries. No.
Well, ma'am, you just told me when we were talking about this killing that, yes, you injured your left ring finger. Do you remember just telling me that just now, no more than 2 minutes ago?
Yes, I was referring to this injury.
Ma'am, were we really talking about this particular injury at that time?
I didn't know. You were just
Oh,
talking
no,
about
you don't
injury.
know we were talking about the killing, ma'am?
Oh my
You
goodness.
talked about injuries to my left
Ma'am.
finger.
What have we been talking about the whole afternoon?
Objection, argumentative.
June 4th.
Pardon?
June 4th.
Right, we haven't mentioned any other date, right?
Not to my recollection.
You've been here throughout these proceedings and you've been answering or you've been asked questions, right?
Yes.
And as we were talking about it just now, I asked you, isn't it true that the only injury as a result of this incident was this injury to your left ring finger? And you said,
Thank you,
yes, you remember saying
Kelsey,
that?
for the happy.
I might have, but that's not what I meant.
Well, ma'am, you did say it, didn't you?
I don't know.
And in fact, I followed it up by saying, and you didn't seek medical care. Do you remember me asking that?
I thought you meant about me.
No, do you remember me asking you that?
Yes. I
And do you
remember.
remember that you said, well, not professional medical care, do you remember that?
I was referring to the splint Travis made from my finger.
I know that that's what you're telling me now, but the line of questioning before involved the shooting. That's what we were talking about, right?
Yes, but then you
And
mentioned
Mr.
my
Ale-
left finger.
Mr. Alexander was dead after that, wasn't he?
Well, not immediately after that.
No, he grabbed the knife that you stabbed him with, right? So he wasn't dead immediately after that, right?
Objection, also speculation. She said she hasn't remembered.
Restate your question.
And we're talking about Mr. Alexander, an individual that you just shot, right? So it's not like we're talking about him providing any medical care for you, are we?
That's right.
You're the person who has come in here, at least we know that you've indicated that you did kill Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
The only incident where this could have happened was on June 4th of 2008, right?
Yes.
So this issue of him providing a splint or splinting your finger really doesn't have anything to do with June 4th of 2008, does it?
No.
And you did say that the only injury you received was to your left ring finger on June 4th of 2008, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, yes, you did. And in fact,
No, I
you
didn't.
used the word visible injuries. Do you remember using that term?
Yes, I do.
Objection, argumentative. She said it. That's not what she said.
And do you remember that you also indicated, well, I may have had some injuries to my head, right?
Yes.
Those were the only injuries that you sustained on June 4th of 2008. And you remember I asked you about that and you said yes.
That's not how I understood your question.
So then he's down there and he's to your right. What happens then?
I break away from him and he screams out, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
So then, even though you've already shot him, he's been grabbing at you, he does say, I'll fucking kill you, bitch, right?
I don't think he said "I'll." I just remember that those words are in my head. He may have said that.
Oh my
maybe.
God.
Okay, what are the words?
Jodi.
Let's hear the words one more time so we can get them right.
I heard him say, "Fucking kill you, bitch."
Aren't these the same words that you indicated that you heard when he was doing his pirouette outside of the shower? Fucking kill you, bitch.
You're
Aren't they the same words?
I don't think they were the same. He was still screaming at me that when he was coming
So
out.
then, just so that we're clear, what did he say as he's getting out of the shower?
As he's getting out of the shower, he called me a fucking idiot and said, "A fucking 5-year-old can hold a camera better than you."
But then, when he's down after being shot, he says, "Fucking kill you, bitch," right?
After I broke away from him, right after he screamed that out when he couldn't grab me anymore.
He's trying to grab
Lefty
you,
left.
and he's still on the floor, but you're able to get away, right?
Yes.
I thought you said that he was this really. Remember when you had the conversation with Detective Flores And you told him, well, he's a really strong guy. He's a wrestler in high school. Do you remember saying that?
Yes,
You're saying that you're able to get away from this man who's a wrestler in high school who's very strong on the ground. That's what you're saying, right?
yes.
And then what do you do?
I don't really remember. I don't remember anything at that point, so I would be speculating.
So you don't remember a single solitary thing after that, right?
There are a few little pieces that have come back since, but not immediately after. I don't remember.
Okay, what is it that, the pieces that have come back? Tell me what you remember about this, whatever pieces you remember.
At one point, I remember dropping the knife and screaming.
But that's something that has come to you since, right?
Since, yes.
You don't
it came to me
remember
more
that?
recently.
All right, what else?
The others are more vague, so I'm not sure.
If they're vague, then we don't want to hear them.
Yeah.
Where were you standing when you have this recollection of dropping the knife and screaming?
I don't remember the exact position, but I was in the bathroom because it hit the tile.
And that's all that you remember with regard to this particular event, correct?
From that point to that point, yes.
Judge Amy Approach?
Maybe I was actually supposed to leave in 2 hours to go see my dad. And to make a very long story short, I'm no longer going. And that's
Ladies
why
and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 3:15, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
if you guys noticed earlier, it zoomed into my face and I was crying. It's been an emotional afternoon. There was a miscommunication about what time I was supposed to arrive, and it upset me. So I'm here and I am going to kick ass at this today. That's period. Let's speed this shit up.
The defendant and all counsel, you may continue with cross-examination.
Thank you.
And with regard to the killing on June 4th of 2008, it was you that committed that murder, that killed Travis Alexander, correct?
Yes,
Nobody else was involved, right?
that's correct.
And in terms of we don't need any more than fingerprint evidence that we have. You're not disputing that the fingerprint
Adrenaline
evidence
is
indicates you were there, right?
That's right.
Same thing with the DNA evidence. It was you that was there, right?
Yes,
Ma'am, after this shot rang out, you said that you went into a fog, right?
yes, it began to go, things get foggy after that point.
So with regard to the camera, can you tell us what happened to the camera?
I don't remember what I did with the camera.
You acknowledge, though, that immediately prior to what you described as the killing, the camera was right here in this area next to the tub, correct?
That's the last place I saw it rolling. I don't know if it got kicked around or what, I don't know.
But you acknowledge, though, that, take a look at Exhibit 162. First, let's look at the date and time. You acknowledge that this says, or was taken on June 4th, 2008 at 5:32:16, correct?
Yes,
What time was your understanding that the roommates got home?
I didn't know.
So did you even know if they were there?
I don't remember if they were there or not at that time.
Well, do you remember that one of the things that you told us on direct examination was that when there were roommates, the two of you had to be careful in your
Yes.
sexual trysts,
Proclivities?
so that as not to not awaken, but let the others know what was going on. Do you remember telling us that?
That's correct.
So if this
don't
was going
do
on that day, it would be fair to say, based on what you believe, that they were not home, right?
This part of the day?
Yes, this part.
No, I don't think that would have made a difference.
What I'm saying, though, is when this happened, you believe that there were no roommates there, correct?
I don't know what time they got home. I don't know.
And you
Ma'am, you
wearing
fucking shot him.
socks, right?
Yes,
And there is what appears to be a zipper on that foot, correct?
yes,
Wait,
If we look
Go
at this
back.
further, to orient ourselves, this is Mr. Alexander's head, correct?
yes,
where?
Blood right there, right?
yes,
And that's his foot, correct?
yes,
And given the
How?
way that the lights are in this particular photograph, the bathroom is in this direction, correct?
yes,
And you would agree with me that if the camera, in Exhibit 249, was last seen here, you see that?
yes,
And things happen the way you say they happened, we now have this photograph, that you were the one that moved that camera, right?
Okay, I see a foot.
It could have been us both. I don't know, remember moving it.
Well, based on what you tell us, there's this gunshot that rings out, right?
Yes.
And then you don't remember anything, right?
I didn't say that. I said it got foggy after that point. The point where I can't remember anything is after he said, after he threatened my life.
What's that?
After he threatened my life.
Well, what is it they said?
Fucking kill you, bitch.
So after that, after fucking kill you, bitch, you don't remember anything else, right?
No. Not except the one thing that I described.
Right. But you do remember, though, that as you ran down this hallway, you were not carrying the camera with you, right?
No, not the first time I ran down the
No,
hallway.
of course not. You were concerned for your life, you told us, right?
Yes.
And you told us that the camera landed next to the tub, right?
Yes.
And so if this photograph was snapped at the time that we've agreed that it's snapped, and the camera, the last time you see it, is next to the tub, and then you describe what happens, that Mr. Alexander is down next to the tub, then it was you that moved that camera, right?
Objection calls for speculation. She says she doesn't remember.
Sustained.
With regard to Mr. Alexander, ma'am, the last memory that you have of him is that he was down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And the last memory that you have of him is after you shot him, right?
Yes.
You never saw him walking around, did you?
No, I didn't.
And so if you did, assuming he didn't get up and walk around, and assuming you did shoot him, and assuming that the camera is where you told us that it was, then this camera, to take this photograph, had to be moved, right?
Yeah, it had to be moved.
And you would acknowledge that you did the moving, right?
Objection calls for speculation. She said over and over again she doesn't remember.
Overruled. You answer.
Only under that theory. That would be right.
Well, you see him right there, ma'am, Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
No, take a look at it.
I've already seen it.
All right.
I
Are
don't
you saying
get
that in
it.
the condition that Mr. Alexander is in exhibit number 162, and you were there, it's your opinion that he, in that condition, could move the camera?
I'm not saying that.
So you did move the camera, right?
Again, objection argumentative. She's already said she doesn't know what happened afterwards.
Overruled.
I don't know.
And that camera ended up, as we now know, in a washing machine, right? You know that, right?
Yes.
You have this horrible incident that happens upstairs, and the camera's being used to photograph Mr. Alexander, right?
In the shower, yes.
Right. And then the camera's dropped, and then we see the photographs here. You would acknowledge then, ma'am, that under those set of facts, it was you who put that camera in the washing machine.
Yes.
Because
Yes. I don't remember, but that would be logical.
Sure, because Mr. Alexander never left the upstairs bathroom, right?
I think that's right.
And you would acknowledge, ma'am, that if you did that, it would be an indication from you, at least you're saying that you're in a fog and that you don't remember, but it would be certainly an indication of your mental state back then that you picked up that camera and put it in the washing machine, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And it would be an indication, ma'am, that you knew what happened.
Yes, I guess.
And
I
it would
don't know
also,
why it went in the washing machine.
and ma'am, we know that this photograph was deleted from the camera.
I once put my phone in the washing machine. I mean, like when you're in a rush, now granted, mine wasn't like covering up a murder, far from it. I was just trying to be good and like clean up the house. Never do that again. I put in the bed sheets and my phone was in the bed sheets and I threw it in the washer and shit happens, right?
Correct?
Correct.
We know that he's dead after this, right?
After this, yes.
And we know, as you just told us, that there was nobody else there, no
My
roommates were there,
bag
right?
fly.
So if he's dead, no roommates are there, this photograph is snapped, and it's deleted, you're the one that deleted it, aren't you?
That would make sense. I don't remember deleting it.
I'm not asking you if you remember now. I'm not asking that at all. I'm asking you, given the circumstances that we have here, you're the one that deleted it, right?
I would have to say yes.
And in fact, deleting something is not giving your expertise in cameras and photography, deleting something is not a one-step process, right?
That's correct.
And you were not familiar with this camera, were you?
Not prior to June 4th. Correct.
And so what this required you to do is, and I understand that you're going to say that you don't remember, I'm not asking that, but wouldn't you acknowledge then that it took some mechanical movement and thinking, and mechanical movement, I mean fingers, and some thought process on your part in order to delete these images, right?
Calls for speculation.
I would agree with that.
And you would agree that the deleting these items from the camera was not in any way necessary for you to do prior to leaving Mr. Alexander's home.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, there is nothing, you acknowledge that there is nothing that was pressing about or threatening about the camera that required you to delete these images, right?
Wow.
I don't know what you mean by
Well-
threatening.
In order for you to delete them, ma'am, you have to view them, don't you?
Yes.
And if you view them, then the decision is made. And I know you're going to say I don't remember, but you acknowledge then that a decision is made by you to delete this photograph, right?
There must have been, yes.
And you would agree then that if the police don't find this photograph, that would be beneficial to you, wouldn't it, in terms of your culpability involving Mr. Alexander's death?
I would not agree with that.
Okay? Exhibit number 160. So you think this helps you in your
I
case?
don't agree with that either.
163. There are that's the floorboard, would you agree?
Yes.
And this is the hallway that you claim that you ran down, correct?
Yes, that's the one.
And that would mean that this up here would be Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And that reddish substance would be blood, right?
Yes.
And again, if we apply the same analysis that we did before, you would acknowledge that the person who deleted this photograph was you.
Yeah, I guess.
There were other things that were done to the scene. Let's take a look at exhibit number 67, followed by exhibit 68. You see 67?
Yes.
There is blood there, isn't there, ma'am?
Yes.
That's not your blood, right?
I don't think my blood is there.
That would be Mr. Alexander's blood, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that to the right of that, it appears that there is a more, if you will, different pattern. In other words, the pattern on the right is not as dark as the one on the left, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, you would agree that if you had socks on, and which we know that you did, and you were walking through blood, that this would be the kind of pattern that your socks would leave, right?
I don't know.
She was wearing socks at that time.
I'm not sure.
Take a look at exhibit 130.
Did it curl? A little.
Do you see that?
My
Yes.
first time.
Would you agree then that we've seen the
Going with
photograph,
this.
and that's exhibit number 162. And if we look at, this is exhibit 162, do you see it?
Yes.
And you told us that to this end over here is the bathroom. Over here, do you see that?
Yes.
Still
And if we
don't
look
see
at
it.
this exhibit, which is 130, you would agree that the bathroom is in this direction, correct?
Yes.
So that if his foot that we were looking at would be right about where my pen is, or right in front of that door, right?
Yes.
And the door that's behind it is the door that you claim was the door that he was banging his head on back on August 7th of 2007, right?
Yes.
And you would agree, ma'am, that if this is the pattern that we have here, and his head is in this direction, as we see it in the picture, then because of the weight of blood is flowing down, this is where his head was resting, right here.
I don't know, I guess.
He would not be the person that would be leaving these marks here to the right, would he? Because he wasn't standing, was he?
Objection. She's already said she has no memory. It would call for speculation.
Stand.
162. Is he standing there, ma'am?
No.
Would you acknowledge that based on everything that you know, he's not going to stand after that?
Objection. Call for speculation.
I would be very inclined to agree with that.
Sorry, I keep hitting my microphone. This is difficult to do with this kind of
You told us, ma'am, that
device.
there was just this shooting when he was coming at you from the bathroom, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, from the closet, my mistake.
Yes.
And that as he came at you, then you showed his
Back in the
pose,
closet.
and then according to you, the shooting happened, right?
Yes.
You would agree, ma'am, that the shooting where it occurred is not near what is pictured in Exhibit 98, correct?
Yes.
You weren't bleeding, even though you said that you had an injury to your left ring finger, you weren't bleeding that profusely to put all this blood here, right?
Well, my left ring finger wasn't bleeding at all, so
So the answer is no.
that's correct.
Oh, shit.
That is not your blood, right?
No, I don't think it is.
And again, based on what we know, what you know about this case, and based on the fact that you acknowledge you've done the shooting and acknowledging that that was your foot in this photograph, you would have to agree that a person would have to be standing, or Mr. Alexander would have to be standing, for that blood to be placed there, right?
Objection. Call for speculation. She's not a fire expert.
I would think. Yes, I would think that.
Ma'am, one of the things that happened, or that was found on the body, was a glass. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Right.
Now, before the murder, there was no glass up in the bathroom, right?
There was, it was under the sink.
It was under the sink then, right?
Yes.
So then you would agree that if it was under the sink before the murder, and it was found on top of him after the murder, you would agree that you were the person, you would acknowledge that you were the person that went underneath the sink, got the glass, correct?
I would acknowledge that.
And you would acknowledge that you used that glass to try to clean up or throw it on the floor of that bathroom?
I don't know what I did with it.
If there were lots of water in the bathroom after the killing, for example, if you take a look at exhibit number 118, do you see that? The watermarks here?
Yes.
That's weird.
You would acknowledge that these watermarks in red colored blood, or what appears to be blood, you would acknowledge that you're the person that created those marks, correct?
Yes.
And you would also acknowledge, ma'am, that these reddish spots here are Mr. Alexander's blood, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate that he was in that area bleeding, correct?
Yes.
And exhibit 125 shows us the relationship between the closet to the right, correct?
Yes.
The closet to the left, correct?
Yes.
And the end of the hallway into the bedroom, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, you would agree if we've now seen that there was staining 128 here. Do you see that? And it's concentrated there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we've heard that it was nowhere else in the top floor in that bedroom. And we also know that you were the only one walking around in 162 wearing socks. You see that?
Yes.
You would acknowledge, ma'am, that prior to walking out from here and leaving, you would acknowledge that you took those socks off, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you would acknowledge that there is no blood anywhere else other than in this area here. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you would acknowledge that if you did have blood on your socks and there was water on the floor and you were walking in it, you would acknowledge that there may be, based on whatever experience you have, there may be other blood throughout wherever it was that you stepped.
Objection, not answered. Open-ended calls for speculation.
Overruled, you may answer.
This
Can
is
you
so
please-
weird. Hold
You would
on.
acknowledge that you took your socks off before you walked into the bedroom.
I don't know.
Because you knew. I'm not saying that you remember it, because you knew that they had blood on them and you didn't want to get the rest of the bedroom dirty.
Objection, calls for speculation. She said she doesn't remember even removing her socks.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you did leave the house though, didn't you?
Yes.
You would acknowledge that you left, right?
Yes.
And you would acknowledge that there is no record anywhere in Arizona of you ever being in Arizona other than this killing, right?
No, I disagree with that.
Well, are there receipts, for example, from the places that you filled up with gas?
Hello, the 217 of you here. Welcome. I hope you are enjoying the trial. If you could please like this stream and make sure to subscribe to the channel, I would love to have you. Welcome.
At one time there would have been surveillance video, but no.
You think there was surveillance video, okay? Isn't it true, ma'am, that as you drove out of Arizona, one of the things that you did was that you used the gasoline in those 3 cans to fill it, to put in your car?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony. She said she had 2 cans.
Overruled.
Will you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You would acknowledge, ma'am, that in Arizona, you filled up the car from the 3 gas cans that were in your possession filled with gas.
I didn't have 3 gas cans in my possession.
Ma'am, do you remember in Pasadena that there were 3 separate transactions? Do you remember that?
Yes.
There was one at the pump. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There was also one inside the store, if you will. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
For approximately 10 gallons. You remember that, right?
Yes.
And then there was another transaction inside the store. You acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, that was a 2 gallons or something.
Right, 2.7 gallons, right?
Yes.
There were 3 transactions in Pasadena, correct?
Yes.
You acknowledge that there are 2 gas cans that Mr. Brewer gave you, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that you bought 1 gas can from Walmart, right?
Yes.
I understand that you say that you returned it, but you did at least at some point, you acknowledge, have 3 gas cans, right?
Yes. In Salinas I did.
Pardon?
In Salinas I did.
And so the gas that you had in those gas cans, you placed in your car in Arizona, right?
No, I didn't need to do that.
Well, ma'am, do you remember that you told us on direct examination that the next time that you could remember anything was when you were way out in the middle of the desert?
That's correct.
And do you remember the testimony of Detective Larry Gladish, who indicated that the phone call to Mr. Alexander's telephone was 57 miles north of Kingman? Do you remember that?
No, but okay, I'll assume he said that.
But you do remember that you testified that you were out in the middle of the desert, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that you said that you stopped, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that you said, well, I got rid of the gun, right?
Yes.
So you would acknowledge, ma'am, that even though immediately after this killing happened, you say you went into a fog. Do you remember saying that?
It was in a fog, yes.
You were in a fog, right? And one of the things that we know from your own admission was that there was a gun that was involved, right?
Yes.
That's what you used to shooting, right?
Yes.
And so this gun, you tell us, you took it out to the
Tell
desert,
us.
didn't you?
Yes,
You were the one that removed it from the house, right?
yes,
If you didn't know what was going on, if you were in a fog, ma'am, which means that you don't know the status of your current events or the status of what's going on, would you agree that there would be no need to take the gun if you were unaware of your status?
I would not agree with that.
Even though you're in a fog, there's a decision, a knowing decision, a voluntary movement that is made to take the gun on your part, right?
I think you're getting fog confused. My memory was in a fog. I don't remember what happened after those things.
I'm not asking you if you remember that. Please, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking whether you acknowledge that you removed the gun from the crime scene.
Yes,
And you do acknowledge that if you're in a fog about everything, not just certain specific things, right?
I don't know.
Well, it's your fog.
It's your fog. Do what you want
Yes, it
with
is.
it.
Isn't it?
What is it?
It's your fog, isn't it?
Yes.
And with regard to this particular fog that you are in, why would you even think of taking the gun unless you really knew what was going on?
I could only speculate because I don't remember.
If you were in a fog and you didn't know what you were doing, why take the gun, man?
Objection, ask and answer. Argument.
Yeah, he
Okay.
keeps asking
don't
the same
remember.
question.
Taking the gun, I remember throwing the gun.
All right? Throwing the gun. If you remember throwing the gun, you remembered where the gun came from, don't you?
I recognized it as Travis's gun, yes.
I know you say that it's Travis's gun, but shortly before embarking on this trip to Mesa, Arizona on May 28th of 2008, your grandfather had a .25 caliber gun taken during a burglary, right?
Yes.
And you knew about that, right?
I found out after I got back into town.
The answer is yes, you did know, didn't you?
Yes, afterward.
You did know on May 28th of 2008 that there was a burglary at your grandfather's house, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling us that on June 4th, or after the murder, you stopped at the side of the road, right?
Yes.
And according to you, you have one of the implements that was used to kill Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
If you didn't think that you had done anything wrong, and you were in this fog that you weren't thinking, why get rid of it? Why get rid of it?
I never said I didn't think didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, so you acknowledge then that you believe that you did something wrong with regard to Mr. Alexander then, right?
I believe that something
Yes or no?
very bad had happened.
Yes or no, ma'am?
Oh my
Um,
goodness.
I'm not, how did you word that again?
Do you believe that you did something wrong with regard to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And that belief that you had was with you on the side of the road to the point that you got rid of the gun, right?
Well, I just threw it, so yeah.
You did get rid of the gun, right?
Yes.
And this knowing that you had done something wrong was preceded by your removing the gun from the crime scene, right?
Yes.
So you would agree then that at the crime scene, you knew that what you had done was wrong, correct?
I would say that would be accurate, but I don't remember.
And you were trying to alter the crime scene, weren't you?
It appears that way.
Well, no, based on what you know,
It appears
there was an
that
altering of
way.
the crime scene, wasn't
Oh
there?
my god.
Yes.
The gun was taken, right?
Get out of here.
Yes.
And we know that you took it, right?
Yes.
We also know that there was no knife that was found up in the bathroom area, right?
Yes.
So we know that you took it, right?
I don't remember having the knife at all afterward.
But there was no knife up there, right?
Not, I haven't heard any testimony about that.
She
You
put it
acknowledge
in
then
the
that
dishwasher.
Exhibit 193, that Mr. Alexander was stabbed. You would acknowledge that, right?
Yes.
And you would acknowledge that that stabbing was with a knife, right?
Yes.
And according to your version of events, you would acknowledge that that stabbing was after the shooting, according to you, right?
Why is she crying?
I don't remember.
I'm not asking you if you remember that. I'm asking if you acknowledge that it would be you that did it, correct?
Why is she crying?
Yes.
Bye,
And you would
Nancy.
acknowledge
See you
that-
soon.
A lot of the stab wounds, if
Sorry.
you want, we can count them together, including the ones to the head or to the back of the head and to the back of the torso, correct?
Okay. I don't
No,
want
I
to
don't-
count them. I don't know. I'll just take your word for it.
Would you like to take a look at the photograph?
No.
So if he is being stabbed in the back, would you acknowledge at that point that he's no threat to you, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know.
Well, if he's already been shot, according to you, and he's facing away from you, how could he possibly be any threat to you?
I could only guess. I don't know what you're asking me.
Well, with regard to the You were here when the medical examiner testified about the wound to the throat. Do you remember that?
Yes.
With regard to that wound, ma'am, you would acknowledge that that was, in terms of the stab wounds, you would acknowledge that that was the last wound in the sequence of events.
She doesn't remember. Yes.
Overall, that wasn't,
She acknowledged the sequence of the stabs, so she doesn't know what they, doesn't have any memory of it.
that wasn't the question. Overall, you may answer the question.
Are you talking about his testimony?
People, hey,
Yes.
I disagree with the
Like-
sequence of events.
subscribe.
Would you agree that you're the person who actually slit Mr. Alexander's throat from ear to ear?
Yes.
Would you also agree that you're the individual that stabbed him in the upper torso?
Yes.
And you're doing all of this according to your version of events. You're doing this to this individual after you have already shot him, right?
Yes.
Correct?
I believe so.
Well, no. Do you remember previously talking to us about how he was coming at you and he was this horrible man with his mean face? Do you remember telling me that?
Yes, I didn't say he was horrible.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me, but do you remember telling us that he was a mean man?
Thank you for correcting
Today.
me.
Well, previously you did say that he was a mean man, correct?
I think I did, yes.
And on this particular occasion, you told us that he was cursing at you, right?
Yes.
And that he threw you down, right?
Oh shit.
Yes.
That he chased you down, right?
Yes.
And this is the individual that you shot first, right?
I didn't know if I shot him. I just figured that went off.
The gun went off, right? You can at least acknowledge that.
Yes.
That's something that you did here, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that we also know is that there was this rope that was involved earlier in the evening or in the day at 1 o'clock. Do you remember telling us about that, about 1:30?
Yes.
And it involved this sexual interlude with you and Mr. Alexander, right?
Interlude.
And you told us that it went behind the headboard.
Yes.
The police did not find a rope there, correct?
A
Yes.
long day.
You took that rope, didn't you?
Yes.
Why would you take that rope, ma'am, if you were in the fog?
I don't know. I don't remember taking it.
The rope, according to you, didn't have anything to do with the killing, did it?
No, not that I remember.
Well, but you acknowledge that there was this rope that was taken, right?
Yes.
Don't you also acknowledge that you were the one that threw it away?
Yes.
So then you would acknowledge
Hi,
that you're the person
Nancy.
that took
See
it,
you
right?
soon.
Yes.
And even though you were in this fog, as you call it, you knew as you're walking in this fog to go looking around for this particular rope, as you say, right?
Sorry, Henry. I didn't have a YouTube channel when I was 18. Sue me.
I don't know.
Well, you did say that you did take it, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you remember where you threw it away, right?
I think it was in a dumpster.
Right, you said you threw it away in a dumpster, right?
Yeah.
Well, other than that, it would show that you had been there, ma'am. Why take the rope and then get rid of it?
I don't know. Maybe for that very reason. I don't know.
So you did take the rope then. You also changed clothing, right?
I think I did. I don't know. I
Well,
think
you
I
said that you pulled off the side of the road in the desert, right?
did. Yes.
And that you said that you went to the trunk of the car, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that that's where you claimed to have the gas cans?
That's where they were.
Pardon?
Yes, that's where they were.
And so the gas cans and the gas were in the back with the water, right?
Yes, the case of water, every suitcase.
And you found that you had some blood on you, correct?
Yes.
And back then, that was at the time that there was this stop or security checkpoint before Hoover Dam, right?
I pulled over before that shot.
Right. You were not so much in a fog that you didn't know that the checkpoint existed, right?
I did not know that the checkpoint existed.
Well, you just told me that was when the checkpoint was there. Do you remember telling me that just now?
I came to know of its existence when I drove up to it, or when there was a sign or something.
But conveniently, or to your advantage, you stopped the car before you got to the checkpoint, right?
A long time before the checkpoint when I called Ryan, or texted somebody, or Leslie or someone.
So the answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you did was that you got the water from the trunk, right?
Yes.
You cleaned your hands, right?
Yes.
And you changed your socks or put some shoes on, correct?
I put socks and shoes on, I think.
Right. And you took the blade clothes that you had on, you took those off, right?
I think I did.
Well, do you remember testifying that you threw them away along with the gun?
I don't recall throwing my clothes out in the desert.
But you did change in anticipation of the checkpoint, right?
No, I didn't know there was a checkpoint until I reached it.
Well, you will acknowledge that this changing and washing of hands occurred before you got to the checkpoint whether you knew or not that the checkpoint was there.
That's correct.
And you would agree that it was to your advantage to have clean hands and clothing that is not soiled with blood if you're going to go through a checkpoint, correct?
That wasn't my line of thinking, but I would agree with what you said.
And then you are making some calls at that time, aren't you?
Prior to the checkpoint, yes.
You have the ability to say, I'm going to look through the car to see if I can find my charger, right?
I wasn't looking for my charger, but I looked through the car.
You were looking through the car then when you pulled over, right?
Yes,
And when you pulled over, you found a charger, according to you, underneath the seat, right?
yes.
And that allowed you to make some telephone calls, right?
Not right away because there was no reception.
Right, but you made some telephone calls before you reached the Arizona-Nevada border, right?
Yes, I turned my phone on and it just took a while to place a call because the call kept dropping.
It was before the checkpoint, right?
Yes,
And while you were you driving at that time when the telephone was in a position to make calls out?
I believe, yes.
So when it first came on, so that it had the ability for calls to be made, how far was it to the checkpoint?
It felt like an hour.
Felt like an hour?
I
You know what
think-
Kingman is?
No,
And when this telephone came on, you started to make telephone calls, right?
I attempted to. I was only able to send, I think, text messages.
I realize that you're talking about text messages. I'm talking about telephone calls. You were able to call.
I'm sorry. We're at 76 minutes in and we only have like 20 likes. What the hell? If you could please double tap your screen, that would help me significantly. Please and thank you. Happy Friday.
Ryan Burns, right?
Yes,
And even though you were in this fog that you're telling us about, you were able to call him and make up a lie, right?
the fog that I was referring to relates to my memory.
Right, it relates to your memory. So you could have told Mr. Burns that you were with Mr. Alexander, but you didn't, right?
That's right.
Instead, you made up a story, didn't you?
Yes.
So this fog that you're talking about, it wasn't so heavy that it prevented you from thinking and making up a lie.
Yes, that's right.
You made up a lie that you had lost your charger, right?
Yes.
You made up a lie that you had gone to a gas station to get the charger, right?
No, that's not what I told him.
And so Mr. Burns is full of crap when he tells us that.
No, he just has a poor memory on some things.
And you know that based on that one
That was
limited
hostile.
time that you met with him in West Jordan, Utah, correct?
No, I know that from all his inconsistent statements to police.
But you only met him one time, right? As a romantic interest.
Yes.
And so you also told him that you got lost, right?
I did say that.
That was also not true, correct?
Well, technically it was, but not for the reason I was telling him.
No, you actually, ma'am, you knew where you were going. You were going over to Mr. Alexander's house. You knew that, right?
No, I got lost after leaving his house is what I mean. So technically I did get lost, but that's not why I told Ryan that.
Even though there's this technicality, are you telling us that when you told Mr. Burns that you got lost, that you were clear with him that the reason you got lost was that you killed Mr. Alexander and you had been driving and you'd been lost that way? Or did you tell him that you got lost a different way?
I don't remember what way. I think I made up something stupid and I certainly didn't tell him I got lost about Travis. I told him I got lost
Right.
to deceive him.
So even in this fog, you still have the ability to think, to protect yourself, right?
Yes.
And the other thing that you did is you attempted to call Matthew McCartney, right?
Yes.
And you also attempted to call Mr. Brewer, right?
I don't remember. I might have.
One of the other things that you did, and we were talking about protecting yourself. One of the other things that you did is that you immediately, almost immediately, when you say you come out of this fog, one of the first things that you do is you try to divert attention away from you so that the police won't think that you had anything to do with this killing, right?
Yes.
And this fog that you were under that you're telling us about is not so deep that it stops you from fabricating or attempting to fabricate evidence, right?
That would be correct.
And it's not so deep that, according to you, you can stay on the telephone and know the prompt so that you can get the telephone message just right, according to you, right?
Well, just so that I wasn't crying in the message, yes.
But you want the message to be just so that it sounds natural, right?
Yeah, as natural as possible.
Right, and you went to great lengths to do that, according to you, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you went to great lengths to do that was that so that if there was any suspicion, it wouldn't be drawn to you, correct?
Not immediately. That was the point, yes.
Right, you wanted the police to look elsewhere, right?
I guess.
Well, no, you made the call knowing the reason why you made the call, right?
Yes.
If you really weren't wanting to fabricate evidence, you would have just left whatever message instead of worrying about crying or whatever it was that you were worried about, right?
That's right.
And so you called Mr. Alexander and you left him a message, right?
Yes.
Just play it, hear what you said. This is exhibit number 365.
I know Leslie called you, so I already talked to her, so you can call her back if you want, but it's not necessary. My phone died, so I wasn't getting back to anybody. And what else? Oh, and I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction, over 100 miles, thank you very much. So yeah, remember New Mexico? It was a lot like that, only you weren't here to prevent me from going into the 3 digits, so fun. Tell you all about that later.
No.
When we were talking about your upcoming travels my way, I was looking at the May calendar stuff, so I'm all confused. But Heather and I are going to see Othello on July 1st, and we would love for you to accompany us. I don't know when Team Freedom's event is though, but you know it's on the list, so we could do Shakespeare, Crater Lake, and the coast. So if you can make it, if not, we'll just do the coast in Crater Lake. But let me know, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
End of message. To delete this message, press 7.
That was really quick.
Press 9 to message will be saved for 21.
That's you, correct?
Correct.
And that's you lying on the message, right?
Yes.
You're telling or leaving the message for Mr. Alexander indicating that you got lost, fun, right?
Yes.
That's not true, right?
That's not true.
Asking him or talking to him about coming up to visit you up in Wairika and doing some of the things that he mentioned.
I wasn't the
You know
one
that's not true.
who fast forwarded that.
No, that was our plan before June 4th.
That was the plan before June 4th, but you're talking to him or leaving the message for him indicating that, you know, you're sorry, you couldn't stop by, but you guys can make up for it up in, when he comes up to visit you, right?
Yes.
That's a lie.
Yes.
And all of these lies, man, are meant for your benefit so that you can escape responsibility.
I don't see how that's to my benefit, but I don't know what you mean by benefit, but yeah, so I could escape whatever for the time being.
Well, now you keep saying for the time being, you would have been happy to avoid the consequences for a lifetime, wouldn't have you?
I can't say I would be happy, but I
You
don't
would have
know.
preferred that though, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you didn't go to the police with any of your information ever until they contacted you, right?
I think I initiated the contact.
Oh, so you're saying when you called the police, you told them the truth.
No, I'm not saying that.
You would have been satisfied to avoid any responsibility for the killing of Mr. Alexander, wouldn't you?
I don't know if satisfied is the word, probably relieved for the time being.
Okay, you would have been relieved to avoid any consequences for the killing of Mr. Alexander, correct?
That was my goal
Right.
that day.
And that's why you left this message that we heard in exhibit number 365, right?
Yes, well, that's part of the reason.
She wishes
Well,
she was
that
a
was
Black
the main reason,
Widow.
wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, there would be really no other reason to leave a dead man a telephone call, would there?
I probably wouldn't have done that, but Leslie said she called his phone asking for me because I was missing, and then I thought, well, maybe I should do something about that, and that's why I did it. So ultimately, that was the main reason, yes.
So you're looking to Leslie Udy as the reason why you left that telephone call, man?
No, I said the other to avoid whatever was the ultimate reason.
You gave me a reason involving Leslie Udy right now, didn't you?
Yes,
So
I would
you're-
have thought to leave him a message if I hadn't talked to her prior to leaving that message. And then she said that we've been calling and we called Travis and left a message and that kind of thing.
But she told you that, ma'am, not believing that he was still alive, didn't she?
Yes,
You knew better, though.
I think I did.
And so you didn't have to follow her advice, right?
She didn't give me any advice.
Well, you didn't have to follow her words, did you?
I didn't have to, but it reminded me of his cell phone, and that's,
But
I
it
chose
looks
to do
like,
it. I chose to not, if you're going down the route saying, Leslie, maybe do that, I'm not saying
I'm
that.
not saying Leslie made you do it. I'm saying you're looking again in a personal relationship, in an issue that is absolutely yours to own. You're looking for somebody else saying, Leslie Udy, I talked to her. And as a result of talking to Leslie Udy, that's why I left this.
Objection, argumentative.
Ma'am, Leslie Udy really didn't have anything to do with that call, right?
I made the call, I just got the idea after speaking with her.
So she was the reason why you had the idea then.
Didn't
That-
she just say that?
Kind of, I guess.
And according to you, if it had not been for Leslie Udy, you wouldn't have thought about it, right?
I probably might have thought of it eventually, but maybe not. I don't know. I just know that I thought of it after she mentioned she had left a message on his voicemail.
And so because of this outside stimulus, you decided to leave this message, right? It was your decision.
It was my decision.
Just like visiting Mr. Alexander was your decision, right? On
Yes,
June 4th of 2008, it was your decision, right?
yes.
Even though you told us before that he guilted you, that really wasn't the reason that you went. You wanted to go, correct?
Part of me did and part of me didn't. Obviously, the bigger part of me did because I went and he did guilt me and ultimately still was my decision.
And so you made the decision to go though, right?
Yes,
And then though, after that, you did something else to cover up, didn't you?
yes.
Take a look at another exhibit. exhibit number 504. You recognize it?
Yes,
It's a text message that you sent, correct?
yes.
What's the date on it?
Hi,
The
Shelley.
6th of June,
Pardon?
June 6th, 2008.
And it's to Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And again, the hours are off by 7, correct?
Yeah, I didn't look at the hours.
Well, why don't you just take a look at the hours just so that we can make sure.
My comments aren't working correctly.
They're off by 7, correct?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit 504.
No objection.
504 is admitted.
Let's take a look at this text message. First of all, that's your telephone number there on the left, correct?
That was, yes.
And the date there is 6/6 of 08, correct?
Yes.
We take the 7 hours away from the 1658. What we're really talking, and the 7 hours from 1658, what we're really talking about is what, 9:58 in the morning, is that correct?
Yes.
This is while you were still on the road, right, home, correct?
Yes, I believe it was.
And why don't you read to us what the message is that you left for Mr. Alexander?
Hey, I need to know when you're going to deposit that check.
And you're referring to the check involving the car, right?
Yes.
The check that you know was uncashed in his desk in his office, right?
Didn't know where it was, but I figured it wasn't cashed.
Now, in fact, there was a conversation that you had with the detective where you talked to him about the uncashed check, correct?
Yes.
So you knew it was uncashed, correct?
By the time it hadn't cleared whenever I talked to him, I knew it was uncashed.
But another thing that you knew on this date is that Mr. Alexander was dead, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you did that again so that you could cover up what you had done, right?
Yes.
Because you did not want to be faced with whatever consequences were involved, right?
I was afraid of the consequences.
And because you were afraid, that was a good enough excuse for you to send something like that.
Restate.
The reason that you gave to us that you were afraid, in your mind, even though the fog had lifted or there was a fog that was involved, you felt that it was okay to send this message.
I didn't feel it was okay. It's not like that. So I guess that would be no.
So then why are you sending it? Are you sending it so that you can reach him in the grave or what?
No.
You're sending it so that, as you previously said, involving the telephone calls, so you won't have to face the consequences of what you did, right?
Yes.
Just like the scene, you're trying to manipulate the evidence, right?
Yes.
Take a look at another exhibit. Exhibit 505. Do you recognize it?
Yeah.
And that's an email, right?
Yeah.
Sent by you, right?
Yes.
Sent to Mr. Alexander, right?
To his email.
And what date and time was it sent?
Saturday, June 7th, 2008.
What time?
I'm sorry, 10:21.
I move the admission to 505.
All right, maybe I see that.
No objection.
505 is admitted.
Let's take a look at it. It's from you, right?
Yeah.
You've already told us the date and time. You're sending it to him even though you know he's dead, right? It's a way to stage the scene, right?
I think so, yeah. That was my goal, I think.
I didn't hear you.
That was my,
Goal, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you start with "Hey you" and read to us what it says?
hey, you, I haven't heard back
I
from
know
you.
the bottom.
The fact that it was sent is enough.
Hey, you, I haven't heard back from you. I hope you're not still upset that I didn't come to see you. I just didn't have enough time off. It's okay, sweetie. You're going to be here in less than 2 weeks. We're going to see the sights.
Crazy.
You also write, check things off the list and all kinds of fun things, right?
Yes.
You say Oregon is beautiful this time of year. Yay, be happy, correct? And then you say, anyway, I wanted to let you know that I'm thinking about pushing my visit up to next week, but it depends on my budget, so I'm not sure yet. I know you'll be in Cancun, but I'll probably crash at your house in your cozy bed anyway. Eat some of your oatmeal and frozen dinners, you know, the usual joke. I know you said the door is always open, but I wanted to give you a heads up. If for any reason that won't work, let me know and I'll make other arrangements. Your house has always been my second home, although it's a bit more lonely without gnats around. You're
Yeah.
probably in California right now, but wherever you are, get a hold of me at least before you head to Mexico. Thanks, hon, Jodi. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
That was your way of it. An attempt for you to,
I
again,
agree.
stage the scene, so to speak, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna play something for you, man. This is exhibit number 248.
It's like an on and off thing. I don't know. I'm seeing some and then I'm not seeing some.
No jury is going to convict me
Why not?
because I'm innocent, and you can mark
You
my words
must
on
be
that one. No jury will
wrapping
convict me.
And that's you, right?
Yes.
And that's you saying that, not that you're going to not be convicted because you're going to commit suicide or anything like that, is it?
That's correct.
You're saying that you're innocent, right?
Yes.
And you believe that no jury would convict you because you were going to lie your way out of it, right?
Objection argumentative.
The state.
Ma'am, you indicated certain things in this court as part of your testimony, didn't you?
Yes.
You indicated, for example, that Travis Alexander, that you saw him masturbating to a picture or pictures of young boys, correct?
I only saw one picture.
Right, you saw him do that. That's a lie, isn't it, ma'am?
Objection argumentative.
I wish it was a lie. It's
And
not.
ma'am, with regard to this issue of him being hypersexual and him being overbearing in that department, that's not true, is it?
Objection argumentative.
It's true that he was hypersexual. It's not true
I
that he was
didn't ask you if he
overbearing.
was hypersexual. I asked you if he was overbearing.
You said hypersexual.
All right, let's go with overbearing then.
No, I don't think he was overbearing.
And in fact, you gave as well as you took, didn't you?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
The state.
You were in it to the same extent that he was in the activities, right?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, for example, we saw some of the text messages that you sent to him, right?
Yes.
We heard some of the conversations that you had with him, right?
Yes.
You indicated, for example, I don't need to go into all of them, that you wanted to sexually blossom. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember specifically saying that you wanted a facial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you were enjoying the sex, weren't you?
Yes. Mostly. Yes.
And yet, you came in here, and for days upon days, you told us how uncomfortable they made you feel, right?
Only those times. We didn't talk about all the other times.
And ma'am, additionally, you talked about how he was physically abusive to you during your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you said, for example, that in March, when you were going to move to Wairika, that he hit you on the freeway, right?
Yes.
But we took a look at your journal entry. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your journal entry speaks otherwise, doesn't it?
It doesn't speak of the incident.
No, it spoke of tenderness, 3 soft kisses, doesn't it?
Yes.
And involving the allegation that he kicked you and did something to your finger. Do you remember that? We also took a look at your journal.
Yes.
And in that journal indicated that on the day that was supposed to have happened, nothing noteworthy happened. That's what your journal said, right?
Over the span of those 4 days. Yes.
Right. And on January 22nd, when you allegedly saw him in this masturbatory conduct, that's also when you wrote in your journal
Masturbatory?
that nothing noteworthy
Masturbatory?
occurred, right?
I'm sorry, it was on the 21st, but that
Right, the
was
21st. But your journal entry of the 24th covers
yes.
the January 21st, doesn't it?
Yes.
Has anyone
And so-
sent anything? I need to check.
You
that.
believe that you're going to be acquitted because you came in and told those stories, don't you?
Objection argumentative relevance.
I can't predict the future. And that's not why I told the truth. I still plan to kill myself when I told the truth.
And you believe that you're saying that at that time you planned to kill yourself, right?
Yes.
But that's not what you're saying there, do you?
No, I couldn't say that.
Well, I'm not saying whether or not you could say it. You started your testimony on direct examination by saying, those are the bitterest words I have ever uttered. Do you remember saying that?
No, I said they're probably the most bitterest words I will ever eat. Or something.
Right. And so you have a very good memory as to what you said about that, right?
Yes.
And you said that the reason that you made that comment that no jury would convict you was because you were going to commit suicide, right?
That's correct.
But in this clip that we saw, you actually say it's because you're innocent, right?
Yes, the first degree murder. I won't understand that.
Yeah, it does say that you did say you were innocent, right?
Yes.
Even that's a lie, isn't it, man?
Objection.
Not how I was meaning it.
What's that?
Not.
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase.
Isn't it inconsistent, your testimony, isn't it inconsistent with what this particular exhibit, 248, what you say in exhibit 248?
Objection. This is law. That's not accurate as self-defense.
Approach.
I'm writing something right now. I have tried to write the word cash 3 times and written the word chase. I am like, I guess now would be an okay time to ask if you guys have liked and subscribed, because that helps boost the algorithm, y'all. Not for my ego, I promise. It helps get this in front of other eyes that wouldn't normally
May
see it.
continue. Objection overruled.
In this exhibit 248, you heard yourself, right?
Yes,
You said, I'm innocent. No jury will convict me, right?
yes,
Whereas when you started this direct examination, your testimony, you said, the reason I said that no jury would convict me was because I planned to kill myself, right?
I said I plan to be dead, yes.
Because you were planning to commit suicide, right?
That's correct.
Those are two different stories, aren't they?
No, on the stand, I explained why I didn't say suicide as opposed to the alternative, because there was an officer sitting a few feet behind me, and if I'd said that, they would have hauled me off to a padded room, stripped me naked, and I would have lived there until whenever.
So what you are saying, even today, that when you say that you're innocent, that means to you that there's an officer sitting next to you and you didn't want him to know that you were going to commit suicide, right? That's what you're saying?
When I made that statement?
Yes, when you said innocent, that's what you equate it with.
Well, definitely innocent of
Yes or no?
pre-planning whatever you're trying to
No,
say.
I'm not
but
asking about that. I'm asking
the
about the
point-
statements. Isn't it true that the statements are different? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, they're different.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
There we
All right,
go.
ladies and gentlemen, we will see you on Monday, 10:15. Please remember the admonition. Are there any questions? Have a nice weekend.
There's something else that happens. Sorry, I'm just now seeing masturbatory. Is that a word?
So the jury has left the courtroom. This area, she may step down. We are in recess. We do have a hearing. If you don't plan to stay for the hearing, I'm going to ask that you leave the courtroom. All right, this is a time set for hearing on an application for leave to intervene for the limited purpose of unsealing the transcript of the February 20, 2013 closed proceeding and any other closed hearings during trial, filed by attorneys for KPNX Broadcasting Company and Phoenix Newspapers Incorporated. Appearances for the record, please.
Wait, what?
Attorney Jennifer Wilmot on behalf of Jodi Arias.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Bodney, and with me, Chris Meeser, on behalf of Phoenix Newspapers, Inc. and KPNX Broadcasting Company.
Good afternoon. I received your application this morning. The attorneys also have received a copy of your application. What is the state's?
I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
Mr. Nermi.
Judge, I have reviewed the application. I would cite the court, as we had in previous proceedings, as to Estes for Texas, there is a right to a public trial, but it must be weighed against the rights to have a fair trial. And given that, we believe that the rights, the things that are discussed in those chambers, at bench conferences, et cetera, help facilitate her receiving a fair trial, and the dissemination of said material would interfere with that. I believe that the attorneys for Phoenix Newspaper have not put forth anything that really would demonstrate to the contrary. Having spoken first, I'm not sure which assertions they would make. However, it has been their consistent position, I guess, or to seemingly ignore the fact that this is a death penalty case. More process is due than less, citing the court to Lockett v. Ohio, 408 U.S. 586, and Woodson v. North Carolina, 428 U.S. 280. So we have not only an instance where we're talking about fair trial, but we're also talking about fundamental fairness in sentencing in a death penalty setting. That fundamental fairness as it relates to trial and sentencing is eviscerated if crucial information that must be discussed amongst attorneys and the court is somehow publicized. That would, again, interfere with her right to a fair trial. The benefit to the right to the fair trial is really held by Ms. Arias, not by Phoenix Newspapers. This is a trial, not a television event. Citing to Garnett Company versus De Pasquale, 443 U.S. 368. With that, Judge, I would rest. I think I've made sufficient record of my position. And again, I would continue to cite the the reality that the Phoenix newspapers have not provided you any serious authority as to why in these proceedings Ms. Arias' rights should be truncated by their desire to have these transcripts.
Mr. Bodney, do you have anything you'd like to add to your written pleading?
Thank you, Your Honor, for this opportunity to be heard. We appreciate it. We are certainly mindful that this is an important criminal case, and we do not mean to take up any more of the court's time or attention than necessary. And we do not mean to diminish the importance of the Sixth Amendment and fair trial rights in this case. But since Estes versus the United States Supreme Court decided no less than 4 cases in the 1980s recognizing a First Amendment right of the press and public to attend criminal proceedings, important cases just like these. And so we're at a decided disadvantage when it comes to offering specifics as to why the hearing that took place on February 20 or any other closed proceeding in this case should be open. All we can underscore in assistance to the court, quite frankly, on this issue is this. There is a First Amendment right of the press and public to attend virtually all aspects of criminal proceedings. That is a presumed right, and it can be limited only upon a showing buttressed by specific findings on the record of some overriding interest that trumps that First Amendment right, and a showing that the narrowly tailored provisions designed to protect that interest are essential to preserving a higher value. And finally, that there really are no less drastic alternatives to closure. And so because we don't know what was said in any closed proceeding, we have to repose our confidence in the court to issue specific findings
That
on
looks
the
like
record,
the guy
either in
from
support of closure
oh wait, hold
or
on.
in support of release of transcripts of
It's
any
the guy
proceedings
from
that
The
have been closed
Sopranos.
today. And I recognize that as the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals recognized in what we call the Symington case, the
Where
Phoenix
I was
Newspapers versus District Court
circling.
decision, that release of those transcripts should occur when any danger dissipates. So if counsel for the defendant is aware of some danger that would
Everything
exist
hurts
for the
in
fair
my
trial right of his client by
Everything.
release of a sentence or two or the entirety of that February 20 transcript, and the court agrees, then I suppose findings in support of that conclusion should be issued. And then the press and public will have a greater understanding about why
Time at work.
that particular hearing took place in closed session and why any other hearings in this important criminal trial take place in closed session. So in closing, Your Honor, we are very mindful of the importance of the case from the prosecutor's perspective and from the defendant's perspective. We are mindful of Your Honor's time, and for that reason, I will conclude my remarks unless there are any questions. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to be heard and to ask the court to give life to these First Amendment protections, which our Supreme Court of the United States has recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Bodney. This court is mindful of its obligation to keep the courtroom doors open. We have done so in this trial. This trial has been covered by the media, gavel to gavel. Some of the evidentiary rulings in this case have been held in open court, others have not. When this court closed a proceeding, this court made findings consistent with Rule 122 and Arizona law. Specifically, this court found that there does exist a compelling interest that overcomes the right of the public to access the record of that particular proceeding. The court has also found that there is a compelling interest supporting sealing or redacting the record when it was required. Specifically, this court found on occasion that the privacy interest of witnesses, possible witnesses, and jurors could be affected by the disclosure of certain matters that occurred in chambers. The court also found that a substantial probability exists that the compelling interest will be prejudiced if the record is not sealed until this trial is concluded. The court also found that that proposed sealing was narrowly tailored and that no less restrictive means exist to achieve that compelling interest. The court also found that dissemination of materials and information that was exchanged during the in-chambers proceedings would affect the defendant's right to a fair trial because of the intense media scrutiny in this case. Dissemination of certain matters discussed in those in-chambers proceedings could affect the strategy and the evidence presented in this case and could affect the testimony of potential witnesses. For those reasons, the court has chosen to seal certain portions of this case. Certainly nothing that was heard by the jury, but certain evidentiary matters and other hearings. So the application for leave to intervene for the limited purpose of unsealing the transcript of February 20, 2013 is denied for the reasons stated. Some of the in-chambers proceedings were not sealed. And if there is a specific hearing or a specific request, this court will consider that. But I believe that most of the in-chambers proceedings were sealed at the request of the defendant, and there was no objection from.
Who wants to say what I'm thinking and let us know of the case right now that we are fighting for sealed documents to be released on, and we have done so successfully, allegedly. And these sidebars are going to be released soon. Anyone know? I'm sure you do.
The state, and as I said earlier, this court made specific findings that sealing those specific proceedings was necessary and in the public interest. So, is there anything else, counsel?
No.
Your Honor, just the only matter not related to this simply deals with exhibits. Since we are beginning to redirect, my understanding is the counsel for the state still has one exhibit checked out. We'd like the opportunity to have that returned so we can check it out in preparation.
Mr. Martinez?
And he discussed it with me 5
No,
minutes ago,
Josh.
asking whether or not I had
The
it.
other-
I indicated to him that I did. I would return it tomorrow, so I'm not sure why that's becoming an issue.
It's the other case from 2025. There's only a few cases.
Want to make a record of it.
Counsel approach, please. Indicated you had something else to say.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly, just 2 points of clarification. I thought I heard Your Honor say that the application was denied for the reason stated. I would hope that the application for leave to intervene, based on the standing that my clients enjoy, would be granted, but that the relief requested
Why
today
is this
be denied,
on?
recognizing that we have a standing request for copies of those transcripts at the conclusion of the trial, or whenever the reasons for their closure dissipate, if sooner.
All right, I will grant your request to intervene, and I believe it would be appropriate for those transcripts to be made public after the trial has concluded. So if that clarifies my ruling?
It does, Your Honor. Thank you.
I would take issue with that. If there is a death sentence imposed, there is an automatic appeal, there's automatic post-conviction, there's many habeas issues that could arise. I don't think an automatic unsealing dissipates any issues related to those possible proceedings if the sentence is death. So I would take issue with the court going that far at this point in time.
All right, I will give defense counsel an opportunity to indicate any specific proceedings that you are concerned about, and this court will take up the request of the intervener.
This stuff
at
is
the conclusion of
important.
the trial and make a determination of which proceedings should remain sealed and which may be provided.
I would then ask for, if at the end of this trial, Phoenix Newspapers is making such requests, that they file specific requests with me in advance so we can take it up, so I can take a look back at what these things are.
Yes, most of them would require a transcript, I think, from a court reporter, because those proceedings were not conducted in the courtroom, so there would not be an FTR record. We would need a record from a specific court reporter. So, Mr. Bodney, if you had a specific request for a hearing on a specific date, you would need to give us enough time to have a transcript prepared so that we can all review that and make a determination.
And Your Honor, I guess we would like to make a standing request for the February 20
I have
hearing.
something to
And
say
if there have
after
been other
this.
closed proceedings at which issues in this trial have been decided, we would request access to them. Obviously, we don't know what was said during those closed proceedings and therefore can't be any more specific than that.
All right, Mr. Badeke is the court reporter for that particular hearing. I will request that he prepare a transcript so that all the parties can review that specific proceeding.
Have
Is
you
that the
liked
only one you're concerned about now?
the stream?
It's the only one I'm specifically aware of now, though I understand there could have been others.
All right, I can't tell you when that transcript will be ready. He has many requests for transcripts, and it will be in line with all of his other requests, but I will pass that along. All right.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so the the court case I was referring to, for which we are looking to have all of the conversations from sidebars released, is Karen Reed, and that was granted. I don't know when we're getting those sidebars released. I don't know when that's supposed to happen, but allegedly it's happening. It's important because this helps keep people accountable. This prevents the fuckery that happens sometimes with the best of intentions in the justice system, because I'm not someone who's going to sit here and say like everything about our justice system is broken. Not everything is broken. But if we don't have certain loopholes is not the right word. If we don't have checks and balances, if we don't allow for the press and the media to have the ability to report on certain things, that's when the truth can become lost. And that is a scary thing, especially if you find yourself in the position, hopefully not like Jodi. I mean, I hope no one is in a psychological downhill whatever like Jodi is. Sorry guys. I think this is a rheumatoid arthritis flare up because like I was saying how like everything hurts and I'm like struggling with certain words today more so than normal. Transparency is everything, right? And I thoroughly believe that. I am a First Amendment absolutist. I to the point that it's cringe, I think. And it worries me when I see certain people or organizations or those in positions of power trying to keep information from those who absolutely have the right to hear said information. So I appreciate you sticking with me through that explanation. And it's been, I don't know, it's either the way that I was sitting yesterday, it's either the fact that I was sitting on the couch too long yesterday. I don't know, but it is for real rough. No, let's do latest so I can just pick up where we left off. Here we go. Here we go now. Lil Kev, I'm the director and CEO of this said establishment, so I will play the video when I so choose, sir. Oh, please make sure to like the stream. Like the stream, share the stream. Sharing the stream is like baller if you can do that for your girl. And I know I shouldn't drink sugar. Hi, Peggy. This person said play the video or I won't link and I'll leave. Bye.
You are still under oath. Do you understand? Yes. Mr. Norman, you may continue with redirect.
Good morning, Jodi.
Good morning.
Ms. Arias, last week when you spoke with counsel for the state, he was
You're right, John.
456.
You're a little late, Peggy.
Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Journal entry? Okay.
Fuckery is my favorite word.
To your recollection, was that the only journal entry you made on January 24th, 2008?
No, it was not.
Hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 511.
This is on 1.5 speed. See how slow he talks? Peggy is sweet and she is a national treasure and we protect her at all costs. Oh, who's that new girl? You guys are awesome. We're up 34 subs today. I really appreciate it. I've already cried too much today, so I can't. I feel it on the inside, but my face will not do the thing.
Okay. Drawing your attention back to Exhibit 456, it appears that you place your initials and then there is a line underneath the paragraph. Is that what you would do to end a particular entry?
Usually, yes.
Okay. You say usually the Exhibit 511 I just showed you, the writings that follow on January 24th, was that a separate entry?
Yes.
Okay. But was it a continuation of the thoughts and ideas that you were dealing with on January 24th of 2008?
Yes.
And in that regard, do the highlighted portions hold any significance as it relates to your thoughts about what you may have seen days prior?
Yes.
And you authored this on January 24th, 2008, all these entries, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 511.
So slow.
Recommendation as to the timing, and if I may order as to the timing of these entries.
Your Honor, we would object. May we approach?
Well, I'll give you an opportunity to follow up on that issue with regard to timing, and then you may approach.
Ma'am, with regard to this entry here, or exhibit number 511, there is an indication, you said that the Thursday entry of January 24th of 2008, that's the end of that entry, correct?
Yes.
There's no date for the next entry, is there?
No.
And then, however, at the very top, we have another entry that says Thursday, 1/24/2008, right?
Yes.
And with regard to this particular entry, that's Thursday, 1/24/2008,
I'll be right
how
back.
much time elapsed between the first entry was made and the second entry was made?
It was probably just enough time for me to listen to that audiobook and record that excerpt from the audiobook.
So you were listening to something, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
With regard to this second entry of January 24th of 2008, is that the complete second entry? Or is there more missing, since I don't see your initials on this one?
I believe it's a complete entry.
You believe what?
It's a complete entry.
Why don't we have you take a look at it just to make
Okay.
sure? This is exhibit number 242.002. Take a look at it.
Yes.
All right. So how much time are we talking about between the first Thursday, January 24th, 2008, and the second Thursday, January 24th, 2008? entry?
It would have been a matter of hours, but I don't know exactly how many hours.
I don't need to.
Okay, Jodi, drawing your attention. Now looking at, before we go into Exhibit 511, looking at Exhibit 456, the portion previously admitted of the January 24th, 2008 minute entry.
Thank
It
you.
says,
Thank you
there's
so
nothing
much.
noteworthy to report. You see that?
Yes.
And you were questioned last week because you had told us that on the 21st and 22nd of January 2008 is when you saw Mr. Alexander masturbating to an image of a child. Remember that?
Yes, the 21st.
And before we get into the entry, you had said, you were asked several times, well, why would you say nothing's noteworthy to report? And you said that wouldn't be the type of thing I would write in my journal. Can you explain that to us now?
Well, to me, as far as noteworthy things you would want to note, and that's exactly the opposite of something I would want to note. I wouldn't want to remember that. I wouldn't want it recorded in my journal as far as record keeping goes. And also it's a highly negative event and it was a negative experience for me and it's not something that I wished to remember.
Okay. And now before we move past discussion of this event,
Aw,
one of the
Peggy.
things you were asked about is what time
Peggy, you'll appreciate this, and then I'll hit the play button. You just said your grandma called you that. This, I inherited this from my grandmother, this coat, and I saw her name is initialed in the coat. Hopefully you guys can see it. And so that when you said that meant a lot.
You saw what time of day it was that you saw Mr. Alexander masturbating to this image. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
Now, when you saw that event, you witnessed what you described for us. Did you think to yourself, I better check my watch, I might need to testify about this 5 years later?
No.
It was a startling event, was it not?
Yeah, it was very shocking.
Drawing your attention back to Exhibit 511, and specifically try to make it visible for you there. Yes, we can't.
There's no way she's getting out.
You see there that you're speaking about Travis.
Yes.
2 or 3 days later, after this event. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that you love him. Love him.
Yes.
Is that accurate of your feelings for him at that point in time?
Yes, it was.
You say that you're saying that he displays a massive amount of unconditional love for you,
Yes,
and you felt that way at the time?
I did.
You say in this entry, I'm almost haunted by it. What does that mean?
It means the light and dark, because that was following a few days following a really dark, couple of dark events, and he makes up for it in really amazing ways. And that part just stays with me, and it's hard I couldn't get that out of my mind or my heart, just the way, how tender he is and how much more he displays his love when he goes out of his way to make up for whatever he did.
So when you say you're haunted by it, are you saying you're haunted by what you saw on the 21st or 22nd, or are you haunted by his love? I'm a little confused.
More-
There's a lack of foundation as to which day, the 22nd she claims he hit her, or the 21st she claims.
I think we're all confused.
At this time period, you say you're haunted by it. What is it?
It's more the conflicting desire that I wanted to stay with him, but I also knew that would be a really bad idea. So it was more just like, I'm haunted by the love that he expresses toward me that keeps me, well, I stayed with him out of my own free will, but I felt like it kept me hooked, even though he wasn't like forcing me to stay with him or anything. I felt like I wanted to continue being with him when he acted that way, but he wasn't always that way.
You mentioned in the next sentence, well, why don't you read the next sentence for us? It begins with but.
But it still remains that I cannot marry him. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something is just off with that boy. We've all got head problems, that's for sure, but there are.
Well, we went 2 sentences here, so let's back
Bob,
up,
even she
to
admits
the first sentence. You say
to the crime.
this is in January 4th of 2008. You've come to the conclusion that you could not marry Travis. Is that right?
Yes.
Was the subject of marriage previous to January 24th? Was that something that you and Travis were discussing?
No.
Yes, we discussed it prior to that date.
And had he ever proposed to you?
Yeah, he did over the phone once.
Did you receive that proposal as being serious or just a joke?
There were times when he said it jokingly, but that one over the phone, I believed he was serious.
And did that one over the phone, did that occur before this journal entry on the 24th? If you recall.
Yes, that was the day we broke up.
Okay. Now you said, reading on in that sentence, you can't quite put your finger on it, but something is off with that boy. That boy being Travis, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you mean by that when you wrote that in your journal?
Well, that's kind of my indirect way of referring to his issues that were, in my mind, something I couldn't look past and accept.
Looking at the last sentence again, that begins with but, there are certain things that will never sit right with, is that me?
Yes.
And are we referring to that same incident in January?
Yes.
Things that didn't sit right with you?
Yes, both incidents.
The next sentence there, he talks, could you read that for us, beginning with, for example?
For example, he always makes that ridiculous joke. Families can be forever. Why do you want to spend so much time with them now?
And you say that you want a family man who takes family seriously. Are you referring back to the idea of reasons why you wouldn't marry Travis in those sentences? Is that what we're talking about?
We're gonna kick up the speed. I can't
What
handle
are we
this.
referencing in those two sentences?
Well, directly, I'm referencing a joke that he used to make, and I left out together. It should be families can be together forever. That's how the saying goes in the church. And but he would add that second part to the sentence. And he made that joke several times right before this date because I went to see my family in Waverly for Christmas. So it just, even though he joked, it kind of reminded me that he wasn't really a family kind of guy. I didn't think, and especially after the previous few days, I worried about what, I guess it just sort of eliminated in my mind any possibility of having children with him because I would be worried, about my children.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're still in the.
That's why.
The next sentence there. Could you read that? But he has told me.
But he has told me time and again that if he could marry me, it would mean he won the wife lottery.
So when we're talking about this entire paragraph and what we saw before, the stream of consciousness seems to be the issue of marriage. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
And so this comment about winning the wife lottery with you, is that something Travis made once or made many times?
He told me that on several occasions.
And you found that, from what we see here, it seems like you found that to be sweet.
I took it as a very high compliment.
And you say here that you want to be married on January 24th of 2007. Was that, for lack of a better way of putting it, was that a goal in your life?
At that time, that was a goal in my life.
There's a sentence there, says, I certainly. Did you see that? Begins with I certainly.
I'm looking for, oh yeah.
Could you read that sentence for us?
I certainly wasn't thrilled. No, I was devastated when I discovered that he wasn't being faithful to me.
Maybe. Are you here?
In that sentence, you say faithful. What are we talking about by faithful?
Just being monogamous within our relationship.
So on January 24th of 2007, you knew that he wasn't monogamous within your relationship, correct?
Yes, because the year before is when I discovered that.
But you kept going with the friendship, correct?
Yeah, the friendship.
And you
I
went
guess.
along with the sexual activities as well, right?
Yes.
So this is something you had a long-standing knowledge of before June 4th of 2008, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to mod for like 8 minutes?
Drawing your attention to what appears to be the final highlighted page. Let's read that over and tell us, what is that a reference to?
I was comparing my two previous experiences of being cheated on with my experience of being cheated on with Travis and how they were different.
And you talk about ripping out the last few pages, but you refrain from doing that. I just want to make sure ripping out the last few pages, is that a metaphor, or are we actually talking about ripping pages out of the journal?
Kind of both. I was referring to literally doing it, but by doing that, it would kind of symbolize wanting to erase that day or that whatever, that kind of thing, whatever I'd written about, but I didn't.
That day referring to what you just wrote on the 24th.
No, more referring to the negative things I've just written about, but those are indirectly referring to those 2 days prior, the 21st and 22nd.
Okay. So rather than making notes about time and location, your goal was to try to forget what you had seen. Now, Ms. Arias, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 471. This was a entry from your journal on March 2nd. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 512 and also handing you Exhibit 471. You take a look at both of these and discern for us whether Exhibit 471 is the entirety of your journal entries from March 2nd, 2008.
It looks like the entirety of that entry, but there's another one on the same day.
In which exhibit contains that entry in the same day?
512.
And as it relates to 512, that entry that is contained in 511 that is not in 470, is that right?
Or 71.
471. Is that a continuation of the thoughts you were having on March 2nd of 2008?
Yes, it's along the same theme.
Okay. And do you mentioned separate entries, like with the last entry, was there a period of time which you stopped your writing?
There might have been, if that's why I started to date it again, but not much because it was on the same day.
Okay. So you don't recall how long it was between these two journal entries?
Since it's a Sunday, it likely would have been 3 hours because usually I journal before church and after, and sometimes during.
Okay. And you just told us you were dealing with some of those same issues that you were dealing with earlier in your journal on 3.2. Referencing the highlighted portion, does that illustrate the issues you were going through, not previously noted on 3/2/2008?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 512.
No objection.
512 is admitted.
Before we talk further about the entry on Sunday, March 2nd, 2008, do you remember what was going on that day?
More the day before that, on Saturday, but yeah, Sunday.
Okay, well, what was going on that Saturday before that?
That's the day we were going to drive to the tax seminar in Tempe, and we ended up not going because of the fight that we got into.
Now, looking at the portion of your journal entries that we didn't see in the previous exhibit 471, we see March 2nd, 2008. Now, as you said earlier, that's the day you wrote that, correct?
Yes.
If you could be so kind as to read the first sentence of the highlighted portion.
I wish I could turn back the clock and make some different decisions.
What do you mean turning back the clock and making different decisions?
Well, if I could go back in time, I would choose differently with regard to Travis, of course. And when I start thinking along those lines, I think back further, well, maybe I would have never gone to the NJ grant, or maybe I would have never gotten involved with Prepay Legal, or maybe I would have never picked up that DVD and looked at it, or, just different things going back. Like at any point in time, I could have made a different decision, and we'd all be in different places today.
You say that you had some anxiety about moving. See that sentence there?
Yes.
On March 2nd, 2008, what was your anxiety about moving?
Well, I was a little concerned about separating from Travis, not because, well, I knew we needed space apart, but I was just worried that it wouldn't be a smooth separation, and I was concerned about sort of leaving him to his own vices, so to speak.
What do you mean by vices?
Just letting him, well, he's free to do what he wants, but I guess I was worried about, I felt at this point in time that I was kind of starting to urge him to pick up the phone and call somebody for help, but he wasn't really budging on that, he wasn't doing it. So I was worried that if I just left town that he would never do it, but I didn't want to push him, but I wanted him to do it. So, but it's his life, at the same time. So it was hard. It was a difficult decision. I knew that by leaving, I don't want to say checking up on him, but I wouldn't be able to, I don't know. I wanted him to make progress with that, in that regard, with his issues. And I wanted to make sure that he went down that path so that he wouldn't go down an even worse path, things that he didn't want to do, ultimately.
Is part of what you're saying with not wanting to say it that you weren't going to be available for him to have sex with?
Objection. Characterization and not wanting to say it. She can say what she wants.
Stay disgraced.
Part of your anxiety was that you wouldn't be available for Mr. Alexander to have sex with?
Objection.
That involved that, yes.
You say you will need to remember to breathe deeply and flow. What do you mean there?
Well, I knew that I felt I was making the right decision by moving back, even if it was difficult, and I just needed to remember that. That's what I meant by that.
Okay. Now, Ms. Arias, I want to ask you a couple things before we move past the writings, the text messages, the journals, what have you. There were a couple things that came up in these things on your cross-examination. One of them was the fact that you used the term, you referenced Mr. Alexander as hottie biscotti, and you also used that same term referencing Ryan Burns. Could you explain perhaps your use of that term to us?
Yes. When Juan said pet name, I was thinking T-Dog. That's why I answered yes. It wasn't a pet name that I gave him, but it's one I adopted that he had prior to meeting him. So Hottie Biscotti is actually something that developed when I worked at Ventana Inn and Spa. I worked with a guy named Scott, and he and Daryl and I and everyone there were all friends, and we called him Scotty, and we also served espresso, and with the espresso.
Oh, she's going too fast.
We figured out that it rhymed, so we started saying Scotty and Biscotti, and it went with Hottie, and it just went on and on with all these little things that rhyme with that. So Hottie Biscotti stuck, and it's just a name that I would throw out. I called my brothers that. I called Daryl that. I called a lot of people that. So it's not special to me. It's just a saying.
Okay. So it wasn't something you reserved for men that you had some sort of romantic interest in, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
You also mentioned talking about Travis and this nickname, T-Dog. That was Travis's nickname?
Yes.
And if you could speak up, please.
Sorry. Yes, that was his nickname.
Okay. Was that, the way your answer, that wasn't a nickname you gave him, is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if there was any particular reference or what that meant, if at all, if it had any meaning?
There were different ideas thrown out, but I really don't know the specific meaning behind that nickname.
But when you refer to him in that way, was it in an endearing manner?
It was, yes.
Okay. Now, we also heard during your cross-examination about Travis's grandmother and how you had sent some
I slowed it
roses
down.
to her after his death. Do you recall talking about that with Mr. Martinez?
Yes. No, they were irises.
Irises, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And my question to you is why you chose his grandmother to send these flowers to?
She's the only member of his family that I've ever met. And her information, her phone number was given out to a lot of people to contact her. And I felt like by not doing anything or reaching out that would have been even worse. I felt really awful. And I felt like by not doing anything, it would have been worse than sending flowers.
Well, let me back up to my question. Did you have knowledge of how important Travis's grandmother was to him?
Yes.
And did you learn that through Travis?
Yes.
And from your testimony, we heard is that you had met her. Well, let me ask you this. How many times had you met Travis's grandmother?
I want to say 3 times, but I went to the house 4.
You say you went to the house 4. Was there an occasion when you went to the house and she wasn't there, or describe what you mean you didn't meet her that occasion?
There was one occasion after I moved out to Arizona. I believe it was in the fall, 2007.
Also, if you can hear, she's not talking as loudly today as she has been. So that's
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Mayor, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, when we left off, you knew prior to June 4th that Travis's grandmother was very, very important to him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Before we talk about the trip you took on June 2nd, 2008, you had told, or it had been raised during cross-examination about the violent incidents, both between you and Mr. Alexander, but also just Mr. Alexander himself. You recall recounting for us the incident when he was banging his head against the wall in his
Yes.
home.
Yes.
Okay. You also made mention of the fact that Mr. Alexander had hit your car. You recall saying that in cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain to us the events and circumstances surrounding Mr. Alexander hitting your car?
Yes, it was I think it was in May 2007, and we had spent 2 days at Disneyland, and we were driving to the Getty Center in Los Angeles because it was on the list. And from Anaheim to Los Angeles, distance-wise, it's not very far, but it took us a few hours to get there because there was gridlock, 5 or 6 lanes of traffic. We were barely moving, and he was driving my car, and he has zero tolerance for traffic jams. So he got very angry and began to swear and started banging the steering wheel with his fist and hitting the inside of the door, just screaming at other drivers who were oblivious to him, but he was screaming at them and just angry. I mean, it was like he was straining at the leash, but it was a seatbelt, like he couldn't restrain himself. That's what it was.
Did that incident scare you?
I can't say that I felt too scared, but I was really shocked because that was the angriest I'd ever seen him up to that point.
And remind us again, when did that occur?
I believe it was in May 2007.
We heard about this incident where he was banging his head, and we heard about the incident related to the car. Were there any other instances of violence that you witnessed that weren't against you?
I can't think of any specifically.
Okay. When we talk about violence against you, you told us earlier that he had sex with you, began having penile vaginal intercourse with you when you were asleep. Remember telling us that yesterday?
Yes.
And I believe you characterized that for us yesterday as a mistake. Is that right? You thought it could have been a mistake?
Yes.
When he grabbed your arm and bent you over the desk on June 4th, 2008, and had sex with you, did you view that as a mistake?
No.
How did you view that?
It was just, by then we were engaging in all kinds of activities without any boundaries. And so it was just something he wanted to do and something I was fine with. Like I said, it was a way for him to relieve his anger.
Is a way for what?
For him to relieve his anger.
You were fine with it because it was an alternative to violence?
Objection meeting.
Is that what you're telling us? Are you telling us that this was an alternative to anger?
Yes, to it escalating.
Okay. Escalating to violence?
Objection meeting.
Possibly, but anything that's, he already threw this CD, so I didn't want it to get any worse.
Okay. In late May 2008, you were asked about a robbery that occurred at your grandparents' home. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
And you're aware that a handgun was one of the items stolen from your grandparents' house, right?
I became aware of that, yes.
And you really ultimately became aware of that in late May of 2008 after the robbery, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At that point in time, would you have had, late May of 2008, if you wanted access to other guns, would you have had access to other guns?
Yes.
How so?
Well, short of buying one, Matt had guns, Daryl had a gun, my father had guns, and Matt had unregistered guns at the time, which is a big no-no in California. You're supposed to register your handguns. So he had some of those. And my dad had more guns than I was aware of at that time, but I knew of 2 9mm that he had, one which had a silencer that he kept by his chair in his office for when he's hooked up to his dialysis machine, he keeps one of those because he's in a vulnerable position. And also he keeps one in his bedroom. I believe it was in, there's shelving right next to the bed. It was either in that cabinet or under the mattress or something like that. So he had those. I don't believe either of those were registered either. So by not registering those, I believe they're less traceable.
Okay. Several guns at your disposal if you wish them to be. Is that right?
That's right. I don't know that I could have gotten a hold of Daryl's gun, but I knew where it was.
We also talked about your choice to rent a car in Redding, California, as opposed to Wairika, correct?
Yes.
As it relates to Wairika, one of the things that was queried of you is the idea that it was a small town and people would know your business if you rented a car there. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
How long, prior to you moving back in April of 2008, how long had you been away from Wairika?
Short, besides going back occasionally for visits, 10 years.
Then referencing May of 2008, did you know a lot of people in that town in May of 2008? Besides your family?
I didn't recognize anyone. I thought I would see more people that I knew because I lived there, but I actually didn't see almost any of my friends there anymore.
Okay. Now, referencing the same time period, May of, or June, early June, excuse me, of 2008, you owned an automobile, right? This Infiniti that we've talked about?
Yes.
Okay. And being in Wairika, you had family members there as well who had vehicles. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You could have borrowed a car from your parents?
Yes, my parents had lots of cars.
Could have borrowed a car from your grandparents?
Probably.
Maybe your sister?
I don't think she had a car at that time.
Brother?
Which brother?
Carl?
Possibly. I'm trying to remember how many vehicles he had at that time. He had more than one for his house.
Okay. So you could have perhaps traded a vehicle for yours for a few days if you wanted to, right?
Yeah, I could.
Okay. There were also people in this town, mainly your family, that could have rented a car for you in Wairika if you needed their assistance in doing that for whatever reason. Would that be accurate?
Right here.
To your belief, would other people, other family members have rented a car for you in Wairika if you so desired?
Yes, maybe even a couple of friends.
But as you told us on direct and on cross, you chose Redding because of the price you were going to pay for the rental car, right?
No, I actually chose Redding because it's the only place that would come up on Priceline or Expedia or whatever I was using. It was the closest place in the direction I was headed that kept coming up when I entered Wairika zip code.
Okay, in the direction that you were heading, meaning the next question that was raised is this idea that you were heading south through California, correct? That was your itinerary?
Yes.
So Redding, California, where is that in conjunction with your first stop, which was the Monterey area?
Probably 6 hours around there.
My question to you is it directly in the middle? Is it right off the freeway? Did you have to divert yourself
To go to Monterey?
to go to Redding?
Oh, no, it's right
My
on
God,
Interstate.
Jody, catch up, Mustard.
So stopping and getting the car at Redding just meant pulling off the freeway and stopping at the airport. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, my brother lived right off the freeway. The airport wasn't too far from his house.
And it was on your way
Yes.
to Monterey? Okay.
I gotta open
Now
up my
this-
entire screen, so I'm not gonna see comments for like 3 minutes.
Trip in the Monterey area, I know you talked about many a different town, Seaside, Santa Cruz, that sort of area. But what I want to do is I'm going to use the term Monterey area just for simplicity, okay?
Okay.
When you were there at the Monterey area, as it relates, going back to this issue of cars, did Daryl have a car?
Yes, he has a truck.
And did Matt have a car back at that time?
Yes, Matt always had a few vehicles.
Would those have been cars that you believe that you could have borrowed from either one of these individuals if you wanted to?
Probably not Daryl because it was his only form of transportation, but Matt certainly.
And Matt being the guy that was brought up on cross-examination, that would never betray you, is that right?
Yes.
Ah!
After the time you spent in Monterey, we heard about some time you spent in Salinas. Is that right? Did I say that down right?
They used to be on live PD, the Salinas
And
PD.
Salinas is the city that you got your nails done. Is that right?
Yes.
And was this also the city you went to the Starbucks and had this issue with your license plates?
No.
Where was that? What city was that?
Pasadena.
Okay.
Pasadena's a shithole.
Drawing your attention then to this incident with the license plates, do you recall whether it occurred before or after you purchased gas at this AM/PM ARCO station?
I don't recall. It was all around the same time, and I think Starbucks was near Arco. I don't remember if I went there first and then got gas or vice versa.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the gas situation. You had spoken
Oh, dear.
about a gas can you had purchased on June 3rd, exhibit 237.008. Do you recall seeing that last week?
Yes.
And where was that purchased?
At Walmart and Salinas.
Okay. You said that you said that you returned that. Did you return that right away? Was that before or after you got your nails done?
I think it was before.
You get nail done?
And
You want
purchased it
feet done
before or
too?
returned it?
I purchased it. Starbucks is in the same parking lot. I think I went there and then I returned it after that.
Okay, I'm a little
Oh,
confused.
you pretty
because you just
girl.
told us that the Starbucks you went to was in Pasadena.
That's a different Starbucks. I also got Starbucks in Salinas as well.
All right. So
You get
you
makeup
purchase this
done?
gas can, and you decide, well, why do you originally decide to purchase a third gas can? You had two. Why three?
Well, I was thinking about, again, getting cheap gas and out of state. And then after I got it, I thought it doesn't really make sense for the math and there's not a lot of room in my trunk. So it didn't make as much sense as my idea originally. Just
Yeah,
felt like
because
it's
you're a
something.
well thought out woman, Jody.
So you returned that gas can the same day
Yes, right after Starbucks. I think that was before I went to get my nails done.
before you went where?
That's
To
why
get my
she
nails
got
done.
nailed done.
I think.
And you didn't get any sort of receipt from that Walmart regarding the return. That's what you told us, correct?
No, I think they just handed me cash or something. I might have gotten a receipt. I don't remember.
Okay. Now, the gas cans you borrowed from Mr. Brewer, you didn't measure them to ensure their accuracy, that they were actually 5-gallon cans? Is that
No.
fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Now, staying on the issue of gas,
Why?
you were shown 3 different receipts from your time at the ARCO station. Now, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 237.001.
Oh, I didn't know that, Laura.
Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
And that was, do you recall now if you paid at the pump or paid inside as it relates to that particular transaction?
Well, I don't recall from memory, but that looks like it was a pay at the pump receipt.
Okay. Drawing your attention to exhibit 237.012. This is a receipt. If we look at the addresses, it appears to be a receipt from the same location, has the same facility number on there, but the receipt is different. Can you see that
Yes.
in terms of its structure? and I know you don't work for ARCO, but do you recall the difference here? Do you think you paid, I see a clerk number was pointed out, 2525, clerk number, do you believe you paid inside, or do you believe that you paid at the pump on that one?
That would probably be inside, because I also think that's the only way you can prepay
Okay.
for a certain amount.
And as it relates to these exhibits here, you prepaid $40 at 9.59 gallons, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you prepaid that amount. Do you recall, did that go in the car as it relates to the $40? Did that go into the car, or did that go into gas cans?
Well, I don't recall specifically. I'm pretty sure, though, that I filled up my car.
Hi,
And then
Natasha.
I guess, or I really don't recall specifically.
Okay. As it relates to Exhibit 237.013, we can see another receipt that mirrors the format of 237012. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Same clerk number and same prepayment. You prepaid, it looks like, as to the exhibit ending in 013, you prepaid $20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, question was raised mathematically to you as to where that gas could have gone. Looking at
I don't know anything about that case.
these two receipts,
Maybe.
the prepayment receipts, we see 9.54 gallons, correct?
Yes.
And barely here, it appears we see 2.774 gallons, right?
Yes.
Assuming that the gas cans you had were 5-gallon cans, those cans would have been pretty full had you filled this, put this $40 in the gas cans, right? And darn close to full.
Assuming they were 5 gallons, yeah, each.
So this 277 couldn't have gone in that second gas can or any more in the gas cans, could it have?
No.
As it relates to these two receipts, since they are of similar format as we've spoken about, do you believe, to your memory, that these receipts, these two receipts we see here, were going into the same item?
I don't think so. Well, unless it was the car, certainly not the gas cans. Well, unless they were more than 5-gallon capacity.
Okay. As it relates to the car, when you were at this gas station and prepaying for gas, did you know exactly, I'm going to need blank amount of gallons of gas to fill up my tank?
No, I didn't know that.
Did you leave that ARCO station with a full tank of gas in your car?
I believe I did, yes.
As it relates to the gas cans, 10 gallons worth, do you remember when you filled up the gas cans, did you fill those both up to the very top of the can?
No, I was actually worried about doing that because I didn't want to have an overflow of highly flammable substance on the outside of the container or on my hands.
So the gas cans, to your recollection, you did not fill all the way up. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate. I think I just picked it up to see if it felt full.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take the noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you at 1:25. You are excused.
The first in time is the 8:42 PM. You see that on there? The time?
Yes.
Okay. 8:42 PM being the first in time. That's 8.3 gallons, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if, and we saw this receipt here for the small quantity of gas, the 2.77 gallons, right?
Right.
All right. So rounding off some of the numbers, we would have 2.7 gallons and 8.3 gallons, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we have, that makes for a total of 11 gallons, just over 11 gallons if we carry some of the numbers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for that to go into the gas cans, you would have had to fill the gas cans and then 10 minutes later come back, put a little more into one of the cans. You didn't fill 15 gallons worth.
Yes,
right?
Laura.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, and just for the record, the comparison related to Exhibit 237013, comparing this now to 237012, and looking at the times, you had 20 military time being 20:53 and 24 seconds as to the receipt that's on your left, correct?
Correct.
And about a minute and a half later or so, you would put more gas, or you'd purchase more gas. Correct?
Can
That's
you,
the one we see on the right, looking at 20:54:52.
I can't quite see the time on the right.
Judge, lack of foundation is radium gas. There's 2 times listed on each of the receipts. Foundation hasn't been established as to which one, the one she used to put the gas in.
State your next question.
Ms. Arias, let me do, maybe I'll do it this way so you can see it a little better, so there's no confusion.
I apologize. I can actually see it. I was just confusing my left and right, and I couldn't see the left, and I thought that was
Okay.
right. So I can see it.
We see this receipt 20:54:52, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these receipts, these two here, the receipts that are of similar nature, now I'm going to have to zoom back out. These two receipts that are of a similar nature, this is also after over 10 gallons of gas, right?
Yes. In total, yes.
Yeah, so we have 2.7 gallons and we have 9.6 gallons roughly. So again, we would have this situation where if this would have gone into a gas can, the third gas can, you just, for whatever reason, would have put very little in it, right?
As in the 2 gallons? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nonsensical.
Okay. When you had filled, you mentioned a couple different occasions when you filled your car with gas. And you mentioned, I want to make sure I get it, Desert Sky?
Desert Center. I think
Desert
it's called.
Center. And also you mentioned filling up gas in the bucket, right?
Yes, at the Shell.
Okay. Now, if you remember, do you remember the quantity of that gas being closer to the equivalence of these 13 gallons we see here?
It was around that, yes, each time.
So it might be a safer bet that this gas went into the car in these receipts. Is that correct?
Lean speculation, she can just tell us.
Sustained.
Do you believe then, looking at these receipts from 2053.24 and 2054.52 from the register, that those were more likely to have gone in your Ford Focus rental car?
Objection, speculation. She doesn't know.
Sustained.
Do you see it likely, to your recollection, that you would have filled up one source of gas at 8:42 p.m., put more gas in at 20:53, and bearing in mind now, Ms. Arias, even if you had that third gas can, that would be a good 16 gallons worth, right?
Yes,
Over 16 gallons. So that couldn't have gone into any gas cans, even if you had this third gas can, correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Okay. So, going back to my question then, do you believe that you would have filled one source, came back, and 10 minutes later thought that you could have put $40 into the gas cans after putting 8.3 gallons into them?
Objection, speculation. She can tell us what she did. She's asking her to speculate.
Sustained. Restate your question. Restate your question.
Having filled two, if the first receipt were to be the gas cans, and you put in $34 to fill both gas cans, would it make sense to you that you would put $40 worth of gas, try to put that into the remaining gas can?
Objection, speculation. What makes sense?
No, that makes no sense.
Bringing back, removing exhibit 237001, and now including 237013. Does it make more sense then that you were filling the tank with these receipts?
Objection, speculation as to what makes more sense.
Overruled.
Yes, I would have prepaid for that and then topped it off.
Okay. Now, as it relates to your time in Pasadena, there was several questions about your license plate related to your time at Starbucks, in Pasadena, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony on cross seemed to be such that
I will.
you came out of this Starbucks and there were some skaters rolling away.
Riley
or
wants
skating
out.
away,
I'll be right back.
when you came out of the Starbucks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your recollection, it's my understanding that you didn't recall the exact time of this event. Is that accurate?
No, it was dark, but I don't remember the exact time. It wasn't too late.
Okay, but the sun was down. You recall?
The sun
that.
was down, yes.
Okay. And the parking lot was lit by artificial light?
Yes,
And you are parked with the front end of your car facing towards the building, from what you told us. Is that right?
no, it was pulled into the parking space facing the curb. The building would have been behind me and off to the right a little bit.
Okay. And in terms of, so when you walked out of the Starbucks, the first part of the vehicle, your rental car that you would have seen was the back end of it.
That's right.
So when you saw these skaters going away, you didn't notice anything wrong with the back part of your car, is that it?
Objection, reading.
Sustained.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of your car?
No, I just noticed some people skating away from the area of my car, and I didn't think much of it at first.
Okay. Now, you told us that you got in your car and you saw your license plate. Or, well, you saw an object that later you discerned was a license plate.
Right, as I was backing out, the headlights caught it.
And remind us again the position of this license plate when you saw it.
It was sort of leaning against the, whatever that thing is called, the cinder block. I
Okay.
guess. It was leaning against that.
All right.
Not tall, but like, lengthwise.
Okay. And do you remember whether it was the front of the plate or the back of the plate that you were observing?
I don't remember, but I think it was,
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
You testified on cross-examination that you saw this plate, whatever side of it was, you saw it reflecting. And it
Yes,
caught your attention, right?
yes, it did.
And you told us that you looked out and you saw you got out of the car, right?
That's right.
And you saw this plate, and it sounds like you logically concluded that it would be yours because of the bugs that weren't on the front end of your car, right?
Objection, characterization logically, vouching.
Sustained.
Okay. You go out to the front of your car and you look at this object, right?
Yes.
And why would you do that? Why would you get out?
Well, because it flashed and I just had that instinct for a second. I thought, well, what is that? Because it made a bright flash when my headlights caught it. So I got out to find out what it was.
Okay. And did you examine the object to discern what it was?
Yes, I could see it was a regular modern California license plate.
Okay. And what led you to believe or to conclude that the license plate that you observed laying against the cinder block was the license plate that was related to your rental car?
Well, I picked it up and I noticed on the front there were a bunch of dead bugs stuck all over it. And I glanced at my car. It didn't have a license plate. It had also dead bugs all over the bumper, except in the rectangular area where there should be a license plate. So I just kind of looked at it, looked at my car, put two and two together, realized what might have happened, and then I just wanted to get back in my car very quickly.
Okay. You mentioned that you were, you said you wanted to get back in your car quickly. Sounds like you were uneasy or uncomfortable at that point in time from what you told us on cross?
Yes, after I perceived that someone had messed with my car, I wanted to get back in the car and lock the doors.
Now, you later learned when you were in Utah that, well, let me ask you this. This license plate, the way it was leaned up against this cinder block, did it look to you like it had been
Hi,
intentionally
Breezy.
laid there?
Objection, recommendation. How would she know?
I asked her how it looked.
Overall, to me answer.
Yes, it looked like it was placed against the cinder block.
And you later learned that
Remember
your
to like and
rear
subscribe,
license
guys.
plate had been turned upside down when you were pulled over in Utah, correct?
That's correct.
So could it have been the case that somebody was in the process of flipping your front license plate around when you saw it?
That was my thought.
Objection, speculation.
Okay, so you place the license plate in your car and you proceed on your trip, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I put it on the floorboard.
On the floorboard.
Yeah, it was kind of dirty with a bunch of bugs on it.
All right. Now, you mentioned on your trip that you stopped in, we mentioned this a bit earlier as well, you stopped to get gas at two different locations on the way in, correct?
Do you mean from Pasadena?
From Pasadena to Mesa, you stop and buy gas twice.
That's correct.
And your recollection is that you paid cash for that gas, correct?
That's my well,
Cash money
I
records.
think I paid cash. I'm not really sure. I just know I went and got gas there and paid for it and got back on the road.
Now, as it relates to gas and the purchase of gas and filling up with gas, you had talked to us about how one of the reasons that you wanted the gas cans was to save money on gas. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes, that's why I originally wanted the gas cans from Daryl to borrow them.
Instead of filling up your car with the gas cans on the way into Mesa, you are telling us that you chose to fill up the tank from a pump instead of those cans.
Yes, I put those at Desert Center and then that would be Buckeye.
Okay. Why did you choose then to retain the gas that was in your gas cans?
Well, when I got to Pasadena and I realized I wasn't going to hook up with Laura, which was Daryl's sister, and I wasn't going south to San Diego to visit John Dixon, that was out. I was gonna get on the road and head on I-15 and go to Utah. I'd never driven I-15. I'd never driven across Nevada. I understand it goes maybe through the southern part of the state. It's desert. I mean, I don't know what's out there. I mean, I was concerned about driving across that area in the middle of the night, being alone, never having driven that road before. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't run out of gas. So I put gas up first in my tanks so that I didn't run out of gas in the middle of nowhere. That was my fear.
Okay. So it wasn't just about saving money, it was about concern about running out of gas on the way to Utah.
Yeah, I was hoping to save money, but I was more concerned for my safety once I realized I was driving 12 hours to somewhere I'd never driven before.
Ma'am. What the fuckery?
Now, I want to talk to you about arriving at Travis's house and some of the things. that
Come
happened
on.
June 4th, as to what you can recall, okay?
Okay.
In that regard, when you spoke to Mr. Martinez, during several points, but mostly as it related to June 4th, you had brought up that you have memory issues that affect you during stressful times. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned specifically when men are yelling at you. Was that your testimony?
I said screaming or grilling.
Okay, all right. So screaming or grilling was your words. I just want to make sure we get it right.
That's correct.
Now, in this regard with this response, before we get into it a little further, you're not a psychologist, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're not a psychiatrist, are you?
No,
Thank
You
you.
have no training in assessing memory loss?
no,
No training in assessing post-traumatic stress disorder?
no,
No training in assessing the psychological effects that can befall a battered woman?
no.
What I think you can tell us about is you and your reaction. So I want to focus on that.
Characterization of what I think, irrelevant, what he thinks.
Jodi, even without this training, you can tell us things about this reaction, can't you?
The reaction on June 4th?
Not the reaction on June 4th, but this general reaction to men yelling at you, stress, grilling you. I'll use your words.
Yes. And I should be clear, it's not just men, it's not limited men, it's primarily, but it could be my mom, it could be any female as well, somebody yelling.
Okay. Let's talk about, if you can recall for us, this condition, if you will.
Wonder
for
how
lack of a better
that's
word.
going for her in
When you
prison.
remember this condition beginning, when are your first memories of you realizing, geez, when this happens, I just lose focus of what's going on?
Again, it's characterization. She has memory issues, not losing focus.
Do you remember things better when you are able to focus on what you're doing?
Yes,
When people yell at you or you're in stressful situations, do you lose focus on what's going on?
I do.
Okay. When do you remember this condition or beginning to have this response to this sort of stimulus, the yelling?
Peggy.
I remember it really began when I was around 14, I think. Not as prolific as when I was with Travis ultimately, but my parents would yell at me over things and it sort of increased. And I moved away for a while, spent about 10 years
Okay.
away from that environment. And it got a little bit better. There was one point when Daryl yelled at me one time in our entire relationship and I almost had a nervous breakdown. It was pretty intense. And then aside from those things, after getting together with Travis, it took several months, probably 6 months, but he began to snap and yell. And like I said yesterday, I think it was, he would just check me.
That's when it started.
Okay. It started when you were about 14. It sounds like it wasn't a big issue for you again until your relationship with Mr. Alexander. Is that accurate? This condition, did it begin to come into play again once your relationship with Travis Alexander began?
Yes, it did.
Now, in that regard, do you remember the first instance where this condition came into effect?
During my relationship with
Yeah,
Travis.
with Travis.
Well, on the road when we were on the way to the Getty Center.
It's just speculation. She doesn't remember. How could she relate something she doesn't remember?
She was answering the question, Judge. She didn't say she didn't remember. Your relationship with Mr. Alexander, he yelled at you, right?
Yes,
And did that give rise to this flustered condition?
yes, and eventually the shaking and all that.
Do you remember, what is your first memory of this happening with Mr. Alexander?
The shaking didn't really start till the fall, 2007.
Objection, shut the fuck up.
As far as getting flustered, it was when the first, I mean, I'd seen him angry before with Abe. and
Oh
overseas,
my
but
God.
He really flipped out when he was driving my car, and so I just hunkered down, hoping we could hurry up and get there, so we could end that hell ride, basically.
And was this, we talked this morning about the instance where you're stuck in traffic and he was beating on your car. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes,
That was the first incident you remember. Were there other incidents you remember?
yes.
And in that regard, what was the next time you remember?
The next time I think he flipped out on me was mid-August.
In August of 2007?
Characterization, is she flipping out? Is she answering the question of when she had the reaction or when this, according to her, Mr. Alexander got upset?
Right, sustained.
August of 2007, you told us about Mr. Alexander beating his head against the walls of his home. Do you recall telling us that?
Yes,
Did you have this reaction at that point in time?
yes,
At this point in time, August of 2007, we heard the testimony that Mr. Alexander had not yet been violent with you, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you just told us about having this flustered reaction to these events when there was contact, when he was making contact with an object. Would mere yelling trigger this for you with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I didn't want him to be angry.
So if he would call you, when he called you a whore and a slut and yelled at you, would you have this reaction?
When he allegedly called her this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your objection.
Lack of foundation, when did he allegedly call her this?
Overall, do you answer?
Yeah, it occurred during those times.
Yeah, we heard about those
And when
times.
he yelled at you-
Stop, Juan.
About not having enough money to loan him or John Dixon, did this also occur?
Sustained.
Okay, let's talk about this Havasupai trip and this backpack. You've told us that when you were behind closed doors in the bedroom in Mr. Freeman's home, Mr. Alexander was yelling at you about your interaction, the time you spent with John Dixon in Irvine, California, right?
Yes, but to be clear, it was in Travis's home, not Dan's.
Okay. And is this the incident when he was referring to Mr. Dixon as Mr. Dickhead?
Yes, John Dickhead.
And when he's yelling at you and saying you shouldn't be hanging out with John Dickhead, did you have this reaction?
Yes, it was very stressful. I was crying. While I was-
She's already answered.
Oh my
Aside from losing
God.
your memory and being foggy, what else did you experience?
Foundation. She said she loses her memory. She didn't say being foggy at that point.
Sustained.
What else happened apart from this condition with your memory and your response? Were you shaking when he was yelling at you about John Dickhead?
I was shaking and crying. Yes, I was trying to brush my teeth.
She's already answered the question.
Okay. Can you think of any other time when Mr. Alexander yelled at you and you became disoriented to the point of causing memory loss?
Yes, and to be clear, foggy falls under that. I mean,
Objection, she's not answering the question.
Overall, do you answer? Sustained.
they're not complete blackouts. So, I mean, things just get scrambled. I don't know how else. There would be the time when we were arguing in his bedroom and he didn't let me leave the first few times, and then eventually I left. I think he yelled at me one more time. There was another time in August when he was in Utah, and that was over the phone. I mean, there were several times.
Well, this could, you could even have this reaction over the phone with him.
Yes,
Distance was immaterial to your reaction,
Objection, meeting.
correct?
Sustained.
Would distance matter to you in terms of this reaction?
it didn't matter.
When you had this reaction, were you able to rationalize and say, hey, Mr. Alexander's X amount of miles away, I don't have to worry about it? Could you make that rationalization?
No, my rationalization was he's come,
Overall.
All right.
okay, that he's X amount of miles away, and that didn't matter because he was coming back anyway.
Okay.
Juan
So
is getting
as
on
far
my
as
last
this reaction goes, how is it different, if at all, before you met Travis Alexander and after you met Travis Alexander?
There was no shaking, just maybe a little disorientation. I just remember when my dad would get in my face, similar things would happen with Travis. Like one time he was screaming at me and some of his spit fell on me and I went to wipe it off and he took offense to that.
Was that Travis or your dad?
My dad.
Okay.
And, I mean, sometimes mom screams and I don't know, I don't like to listen to it. So
Okay.
Because everyone likes to listen to their mom
Now,
scream. What the fuck?
as it relates to June 4th, one of the things that you were asked about is the correlation, if you will, between August 2007 and June of 2008 in terms of your placement or your choice, the choices that you made as far as what you chose to do is running away as opposed to fighting for your life. Do you recall that?
yes,
Okay. Now, between August 7th or August of 2007 and June of 2008, there were some violent incidents, weren't there?
yes, there were.
Between August of 07 and June of 2008, what was the first incidence of violence?
Well, I didn't consider when he pushed me down twice violent.
Okay, but that was the first incident, right?
I guess I would classify it as I understand it now, yes.
Okay. That occurred, if I recall, in his bedroom. Is that right?
Yes,
And that was a situation where you couldn't get away from him in the bedroom, right? You were in the bedroom. Could you get away?
no, not at first.
You couldn't run away from him?
Well, the first two times I tried, he stopped me,
Gotcha, right?
yes.
The reaction that we've talked about, you talked about the yelling and things like that. During this occasion, do you remember experiencing the fear and the shaking and the symptoms that you talked about earlier?
When was that? I'm sorry.
When you were thrown down in his bedroom and not allowed to leave?
Yes,
After that incident, when was the next incident of violence?
it would have been when he broke my finger on the 22nd of January.
Okay. And that incident, where did that happen?
That was just at the end of at the end of his head on the carpet.
In the bedroom, right?
Yes,
And you couldn't get away, could you? Could you get away?
I didn't attempt to get up. I was trying to deflect his kicks. I guess the answer would be no at first.
You didn't even try to get away because you didn't feel like you could. Is that what you're telling us? I better finish my question, Judge.
Finish your question.
Is that what you're telling us, that you didn't feel like you had much chance of getting away?
I was more concerned with deflecting his foot because he kicked my ribs and it really hurt. So my thought wasn't, I guess in the back of my mind, of course I wanted to get away, but the immediate threat was his foot.
And when you're on the ground and he's kicking you, are you having the same reaction that we've been talking about here this afternoon? The shaking, the fogginess.
Yes,
The third instance of violence, where did that take place?
that one was in the car on the freeway.
Okay. And how about the last instance of violence? Was that June 4th?
No, that would have been right before I moved when he choked me until I lost consciousness.
And where did he choke you where you lost all consciousness?
We were near his dresser in the bedroom.
Again, in the bedroom.
My husband knew I was really
Behind
upset
these
today and brought
closed
me
locked doors we
Skyline.
saw earlier in this testimony, right? Earlier in this case.
Yes, the doors were closed.
So you had sex behind closed doors and he beat you behind closed doors. Is that correct?
Well, when I think of beating, I think of fists. He never hit me with his fists, but yeah, that's where the violence occurred, and the one time in the car.
Okay. The instance where he was choking you in the bedroom near his dresser. Did you feel like you could get away, just get up and run down the stairs?
No, definitely not then, because he was straddling me and all his weight was on me and his hands were around my neck.
In that episode, did you attempt to get away?
At first, I thought of flying at his face, but then I couldn't couldn't do that. Didn't feel right to gouge his eyes out or something. I didn't have a lot of thought. I didn't have a lot of time to think because my arms got very heavy and I just remember falling and then passing out.
Ma'am,
When you were
what?
there, on your back, in his bedroom, being choked, did you consider the possibility that you were going to die that day?
I don't think I considered it afterward, but I didn't have enough time to think. I just remember everything going black. I couldn't breathe. That's what it was.
So in all these incidents of violence, and I know you may not characterize it that way, but you never considered running away an option, right? Did you consider running away during any of these incidents to be a viable option?
Not as the incidents were going down, not during that period. No.
Okay. Now, another thing you were asked about as it relates to what happened on June 4th is the fact that Mr. Alexander was in shape. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
But was he a sprinter or a marathon runner?
I know he liked to walk on the treadmill, but I'm not sure about marathons and things.
Did you run? Did you jog?
No, actually I didn't. I was very active in my job, but not running.
Now, on June 4th, 2008,
Sorry, I was muted.
you would pose for some pictures for Mr. Alexander. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked earlier in the testimony about
Pardon me.
how you did certain things and you said certain things. I believe this came up yesterday because Travis wanted him and you enjoyed pleasing him, correct?
Yes.
And I want to show you, direct your attention to Exhibit 164. I'm going to attempt just to try to highlight as to your face. Can you see your face there?
Yes.
Were you having some kind of independent fun there? Because you kind of look not so happy.
Independent fun?
I was uncomfortable.
And why were you posing for that picture?
Well, it's something he'd been wanting to do for a long time. He had a new camera. He was excited about it. It was closed doors. It was private. And he said we could delete them.
Now, this photograph, we just saw the headshot of 164. Was this before or after you were tied up?
I think it was after. I'm not entirely sure the sequence of events, but I want to say it was after.
Okay. Now, this rope
He has the ugliest
that you were
fucking
tied up
ties.
with, I think you made the assessment that it was about 20 feet long, right?
Yeah, I don't know exact feet. I just know the length from this place to this place, like the bathroom to the bedroom. It was pretty long.
And you do not know, or do you know, the width of Mr. Alexander's headboard?
No, it was a king size bed, but I don't know what the width is.
Do you know the amount of rope that it took? Well, let me back up a second. You described your wrist being bound in a noose-like manner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how many inches or feet of rope it took in order to have your these nooses around your hands?
No, I let Travis handle that.
Okay. All right. These nooses that were around your hand, can you recall for us, were they wrapped several times, just once? Do you know? I said her wrist.
I don't remember how he made the knots, but I remember just being able to slip my hands in and out. Not like really loose, but they weren't tight.
Okay. They weren't tight around your wrist. right?
Yeah.
When you say tight, that's what you mean.
Yeah, it wasn't cutting off the blood flow or anything.
Can you recall if it was tight as it related to the bed?
I recall it being taut, like when I couldn't really move my arms a whole lot. I could only bring them a certain distance this way because it was tight. The ropes.
Okay.
You're so fucking
And
weird, but I'm here for it.
Wrists, they would have been, from what you told us earlier, they would have been at the very corners of the bed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were they still on the bed or were they off the bed? Your hands?
While they were tied up,
Yes.
they were on the bed.
Okay. Right. In the very corners, but there wasn't a lot of wiggle room back and forth, right? Was there a lot of wiggle room back and forth?
I would say no. It was tight.
All right. In terms of your wrists as well, were they very close to the headboard or were they several inches back on the bed?
I don't recall. I mean, my head wasn't hitting the headboard. I don't recall my arms were stretched.
Okay.
It's very graphic
Once
information.
you got your wrists out of those nooses, do you recall the rope being still on the bed?
Oh, thank you.
I don't think it was.
Okay. What, after you were loose from this rope, did you move around on the bed when you were posing for these pictures? How did that work?
Yes, after that first, I'm trying to remember this sequence of pictures. I think Travis started off on the side of the bed, standing next to the bed, and he took a picture of me, and then he climbed onto the bed and took more pictures.
Okay. So once the rope got off your wrist, you have no idea where it went. Is that what you told us on cross?
I can't remember if he took the rope or if he just,
Sir,
Do you remember what happened with the rope?
no, well, not ultimately. I threw it in a dumpster, but I don't remember at that point where the rope was. I mean, that part we used.
Oh.
The rest of it was just on the floor.
Now, one thing we saw in the pictures from that day,
I had no
Apart from
idea about this.
everything else, we saw that there was a bottle of KY lubricant on the bed. Do you recall seeing those?
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
And I kind of neglected earlier, there were some comments on your direct examination about, and through the tape, snippets of the tape were played, the recording from May 10th, that you introduced Mr. Alexander to KY. Is that correct?
Correct.
Bullshit.
And is it true that you did indeed, in fact, introduce him to KY?
Is that true?
Why did you introduce KY into the relationship?
Yeah, I agree. What the fuck is the relevance? Why do we need to hear about her preference for KY jelly? This is Jodi Arias. I don't know. Why KY jelly? Why Pop Rocks? Why anything? It's a long sidebar because this is at 1.5 times speed. So this was they're really arguing something out. Oh wow, she looks fun. I'm sorry, that was mean. That was really bitchy.
Ms. Arias, the question before you
I'm
was
having a bad
why
day. So
you chose to
if that
introduce Mr. Alexander.
if you're
to
in here,
KY.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you're fine.
Well, there were
later.
several reasons. The main reason being that some of the activities that he wanted to do were painful without it, and he was not willing to go to the store and buy it. So, like I had said before, after he ran out of Astroglide, he never went back to the store.
Scope of the question. Why? That would have been
Astroglide.
Sustained.
Well, let's break that down a little bit, Jodi. You said some of the activities that he wanted to engage in were painful if it were not for KY. What are those activities?
Yep, we want to know.
Are we talking vaginal sex or are we talking anal sex or oral sex?
Anal.
Anal sex. Okay.
Oh my God.
And from what you told us before in your sex life, anal sex was not a passion of yours. Is that correct?
It had never been a regular part of my thing with people that I've been in.
But you had said in other parts of your testimony, it came
Oh,
through
it's the first time
this
I've
idea
laughed
that
today.
Travis was very persuasive, right? You heard that?
Yes, that was true.
So it stands to reason then that if Travis wanted to have anal sex with you, he's probably going to get to do so, right?
Sustained objection.
Okay, I have to say
Having-
something.
Well, let's
You have to admit this judge was just like very anti-defense. I'm sorry, but like the things that she let in for the prosecution versus the defense, I think the defense had a lot of really good objections, and she just like never mind. Like, and then Juan would come into a day of testimony and just like every other sentence, it was objection. And the judge just like, I don't know. I got that impression this trial. I definitely felt like there was a little bit of a bias, and I'm not saying that I am pro Jodi in any way whatsoever. That was my observation, and I would like to know what your guys' thoughts are.
back up. You recall telling us about the incident after you were baptized and Mr. Alexander had anal sex with you when you weren't expecting that to take place?
Yes,
You didn't protest that?
only after it began.
Overall.
I did after it was underway for a few seconds.
And there were other occasions when you had anal sex with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes,
And you introduced him to KY to reduce the pain of those encounters, correct?
that was one of the reasons.
You weren't willing instead to say no to those encounters.
I couldn't imagine saying no.
She was asked whether or not she could say no to those encounters.
Why not?
During a lot of that time, I was in love with Travis, and I probably would have done that anytime that he wanted to.
Okay. When you were in love with him, would it be fair to
Jerry,
say
if
that
you're watching, I
he had an
can't pick up
all-access
the
pass to your body?
phone.
Yes,
Now, you said, in terms of introducing him to KY, that you said that Mr. Alexander was not willing to buy it himself. Recall telling us that a few moments ago?
yes.
And without telling us what he said, what was your understanding of the reasons why he wasn't willing to make that purchase himself?
Approach, please.
I have no idea. I got a phone call from my dude, and my phone's messed up now. Okay, there we go. Wow, this is wild. Jerry, if you're watching, I can only assume that's why you called. I'm not going. That's why I'm home.
Travis did not want to be seen buying.
He did write a book. I do know that. Oops.
Why were you the one who purchased the KY jelly that you and Mr. Alexander were choosing to use?
Travis did not want to be seen buying that. He knew a lot of people in East Mesa and a lot of people from his church.
Did you purchase this KY at his request?
In her answer statement.
Well, to me,
I don't recall him making a specific request for me to go out and buy it. Well, when it was discussed that we would buy it, he refused, so I did. But I don't recall him saying, please go out and do it. I just know that he wouldn't.
Did you have a desire to purchase it to avoid the pain?
Certainly, that was one of the reasons I bought it.
Okay. Judge, can we take a break a few minutes early?
yes, we'll take the afternoon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room at 10 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
I would just stop at this time, but I'm actually kind of intrigued at what where this is going. And at 1.5 times speed, we can get through this really quick. I have somewhere to be in an hour, so. Is that kind of like, is that coming in weird for you guys? Now I'm hot. Thank God, because I've been freezing. It is a little pixelated. It's better now. Motherfucker.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, in talking about what happened on June 4th, you testified to not remembering much at all after the gunshot and him falling on you, correct?
Yes,
But at other points in time, you were asked if you were the one who stabbed him. Do you remember being asked that?
yes,
And you said that you were, right?
yes.
Are you basing your answer that yes, you were the one who stabbed him on a memory or on the logic of the fact that you were the only one who could have done it?
The latter, just on logic.
Okay. As it relates to the question that you were asked about slashing his throat, do you recall being asked if you were the one who slashed his throat?
Yes,
Do you have any memory of doing that?
no,
Would I be correct in assuming then you were just filling in the blank? Logically, you must have been the one because you were the only one there.
Also relevant as to whether or not he would be correct.
No prejudice.
Frank, your text message to them was funny.
It was funny.
It was funny.
Okay, good. You don't
But
remember slashing
ever
his
since
throat?
you've gotten home, now my feed is pixelated.
Do you have any memories of slashing Mr. Alexander's throat?
He's
No.
not on Xbox.
When you were asked on cross-examination, if you did that, do you recall telling
It
us
could
that
be
you
the
did?
weather.
Yes,
Was that a recollection or a logical assumption on your part?
it was definitely not a recollection, so it was just based on the facts that I knew.
The gaps or the lack of memory that you have as it relates to these events, and as you tell them on different occasions, do you sometimes find
I
yourself
think so too.
putting in these assumptions into your memories?
I have made attempts to piece things back together, and so based on what I've learned since, there's still big blanks. So I don't know, but I know certain facts that can't be refuted, but it doesn't mean that I know those facts because I remember them.
I'm sorry, what?
Are you telling us then that you want to remember what happened on June 4th?
Objection, release. And beyond scope.
Approach, please.
I mean, as long as I can see like overall objects and we're not looking at a photo, you know what I'm saying? Because if we were looking at photos, I would want to be able to see it. But the sound is coming in fine. I'm coming in fine. So that kind of makes me believe that it's that stream's fault. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? And what maybe said, like, there is people have just gotten home from work. So, like, that there's an overwhelming thing of the YouTube system. Like, a lot of people are on it right now. Really wasn't a problem the last 2 nights, but we'll have to see. All right, I don't want to fast forward and miss something because this is the most replayed part. Was that a photo I saw? Oh, there's that photo. What are they fighting for? Just let it happen. Just relax, baby. Oh, she looks weepy. Frankie just asked our friends why they didn't respond to us and if it's because we didn't offer to give them a kidney. Or if it's because he isn't bald enough. I'm on the group text.
The events of June 4th, 2008. Do you want to remember those?
There's a part of me that
Say
doesn't
no.
ever want to remember it, and a part of me that I feel like I'm
Objection, can I answer your question?
Say no, you
I
crazy
feel like I'm the
bitch.
person who deserves to sit with those memories that I don't have right now.
You feel a desire to punish yourself with those memories?
Objection,
Is that what you're telling us?
objection.
Why do you feel like you deserve to live with those memories?
Because they were my actions and it's my responsibility.
Oh, bitch, please.
Now, as it relates to, just stepping back to a memory a little bit, you were asked about Miss LaViolette and whether you ever told her that you saw Mr. Alexander viewing child pornography on the computer.
My
Do you
skin
remember doing
hurts.
that?
Why?
Telling her that?
Mhm.
I never told her that.
Hi, Clarence.
Now, when you spoke about June 4th with Mr. Martinez, we saw a clip of yourself and Detective Flores. We saw that clip several times where you were talking about shower pictures. You recall talking to Detective Flores about that, seeing that clip of last week?
Yes.
And part of that clip dealt with Travis not going for it and these pictures of him shaving. You remember that?
Yes.
You were also shown during that point in time Exhibit 115. 5:59.
I dermaplaned my face yesterday. Oh my God, it's so soft.
Come on, Your Honor.
YouTube hates my coat. Ever since I put on my coat, we went from 300 down to 26. That's wild, isn't it? It could also have something to do with the fact that I'm not as chipper today.
The cross-examination as to this issue of shaving, Exhibit 159. Do you recall being shown that?
Yes.
It was my grandmother's coat, so fuck what anyone thinks.
And you recall being asked in conjunction with that picture whether or not Mr. Alexander was freshly shaved in that photo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And to your recollection, do you remember seeing him shave that day?
I was not aware of him shaving at all that day. I'm sorry. I was not aware of him shaving at all that day.
Now, I want to zoom in. You said you looked like he was freshly shaven. You take a look at that image?
Yes.
Do you see what appears to be stubble on his face?
Yes.
So then would you say then, looking at that picture, that he was indeed not freshly shaved?
I see the stubble. Travis didn't have stubble when he shaved. Sometimes there might have been a shadow left behind, so that picture may not tell, but I do see stubble there above his mouth and on his chin.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about, in this photograph, you were asked about a shaving incident and following up on this stubble, and it went back and forth several times about pictures you took of him shaving. You've just told us that you did not see Mr. Alexander shaving on June 4th, correct?
Yes, that's what she said. She doesn't remember.
Restate your question.
Okay. Did you take pictures of Mr. Alexander shaving on June 4th?
No, I did not.
On other occasions, had you taken photographs of Mr. Alexander shaving?
Yes, on occasion.
And do you remember that occasion, when that took place?
It was early 2008.
And that picture, was that immediately erased, or did that go anywhere?
They were a series of photos and they were saved. I probably erased the ones that didn't turn out great, but they were saved.
To your knowledge, did he ever post any of those pictures online?
Yes, at least one that I know of, maybe more.
And where would you have
That's not
posted those?
cool.
MySpace. I don't know about his Facebook.
I'm sorry, what's
I don't know
that?
about Facebook, but I know I saw it on MySpace.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 513. You take a look at that, please.
Okay.
And what is that?
That's a picture of Travis shaving.
Was that the true and accurate depiction of the picture you took of him shaving back in early part of the year 2008?
Yes, and if my memory serves me correctly, it was early 2008. It was several months before June.
Okay.
That was in the mirror.
And this photograph, this in 513, was that the photograph you were referring to when you were talking to Detective Flores about taking pictures of him shaving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to move to Exhibit 513.
Okay.
513 is admitted.
I tried on a fake leather jacket from Abercrombie, but it came up too high.
That's the picture you took of Travis shaving.
Yes, that's one of them from that same day.
Okay. That's the one you were talking about.
He looks handsome there.
Taken with his permission?
Yes.
And on that same clip, when we were talking about this picture of Mr. Alexander shaving, there was discussion about this photo shoot, we'll call it in the shower. You were discussing that with Detective Flores on the clip. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that discussion, did that discussion directly precede June 4th, or was that months in advance?
It began months in advance, and we've discussed it a few times in between that time and June 4th.
Okay. Had you, prior to June 4th, had you taken pictures of Mr. Alexander in the shower?
No.
Now, as it related to this incident, you made some comments that Travis would never let you take pictures of him in the shower. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you were making that comment, were you referring to June 4th, 2008, or were you referring to a day that preceded that day?
Well, I said that a few times, so there were two different contexts. He would never have wanted the pictures of his waist up prior to June 4th. well, prior
Oh,
to
I
getting
don't
in
think
shape,
he
prior to
looks
the campaign announcement and all
terrified.
that. But as he got in shape, that was something we had discussed as he was getting in shape. And then I also said to Flores, no, he would never go for that because I was still trying to deny the fact that I was even there.
Okay. So these pictures we see on June 4th were something that had been discussed months in advance of June 4th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And they were something, to understand if I understand your testimony correctly, they were something that took place on June 4th because Travis felt satisfied enough with his body to allow this to occur. Is that accurate?
Objection to me, and also relevance as to council satisfaction.
Why did the photo shoot of Mr. Alexander in the shower not take place prior to June 4th?
I hadn't seen him since April and he wasn't quite where he wanted to be with his physique.
I'll
And
be
by
right
June 4th, I
back.
was very proud of
Maybe he's
how
in
he had
charge.
more muscle tone and that could be visible.
Ah, shit.
Now, when we spoke about what happened on June 4th, one of the things that was discussed, you were shown exhibit 249. And when you were shown exhibit 249, several issues about this diagram were discussed. What I want to draw your attention to is a couple of things. You testified about dropping the camera when you were taking these pictures. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And could you point to us, as best as you can recall, approximately where you were when you dropped this camera?
I was approximately where,
I mean, we're the coolest spot.
approximately where number 4 would be, somewhere between 3, 4, 74.
Where did you mark that for us on the screen?
It's an estimation, but maybe right about somewhere right there.
Okay. And you were back that distance from what you told us before is because you didn't want the cable water to get on the camera, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified that at some point in time, well, let me ask you this. When you were there, where you marked for us, was that where you were when you dropped the camera?
I was right about there.
When you dropped the camera, do you recall if you were standing or squatting?
Always.
When,
Hey guys, I see we have an influx of viewers. Yes, this is a fur coat. And yes, I would love for you to like this stream and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel and enjoy the show and bow to Maybe because she and Debbie are Peggy are national treasures and we have to keep both of them safe at all costs.
the camera dropped, where did it come to rest? As best you can recall, as best you can approximate. Can you show us on
yes.
that?
Yeah, I
Frenchie,
was
come
facing,
here.
I guess it would be south because we were looking together at the pictures as I was deleting them. And then when I went to adjust the camera again,
Objection, she's a square, not for narration.
Let's first start with where the camera wound up, came to a rest after you dropped it.
Hi, kitty.
I want to say, it rolled a little bit. So somewhere right, maybe around here.
Okay, around that area, all right. Now, once that happened, and I don't want to use directions as it relates to north, south, east, and west. Let's do it relative to the items we see in here, okay?
Okay.
You were facing towards, in the first position when you dropped the camera, you were facing towards items 3 and 4. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I was facing more south. I was kind of lined up next to.
no, let's not use north, south, east, and west. What were you facing in this diagram?
I would have been facing more toward the bathroom, the toilet area. I mean, when the camera dropped is what I mean. I was facing Travis when I was taking pictures of him, and then we turned this way so we could look at the photos, the short set.
Okay. And so you actually had your back to the shower when you dropped the camera, correct?
More like my back to the closet area.
Okay.
Hi,
all right.
Chris. Thanks for watching.
And the camera comes to its resting place near the tub. After you drop the camera, what do you do?
My first thought was to pick it up. It didn't have a long distance that it fell and it landed on the mat, but it rolled onto the tile. It didn't sound good, but my first thought was that. And then I didn't have time to really think much else after that.
Okay. So that spot where the marker is now, is that approximately where he tackled you?
Are you talking about the last marker that I made?
Mhm.
Approximately, yes.
Now, when he tackled you,
I'm sorry, that's where I landed, just to be clear.
okay, when you landed in that area, you talked about getting an impact to your head. Remember testifying to that?
Okay, I can't get over the fact that you guys are telling me that he really didn't want her as a client. Like I'm kind of in shock and awe by that.
At any point in time, were you aware of the fact that you lost, or were you aware of losing consciousness?
No, I don't know if I did or not. I just remember, things start to get a little bit blurry, but I don't remember blacking out at that point.
Now, this occasion here that we were talking about, you also made the comment, using your words, that you got the wind knocked out of you. Do you recall telling Mr. Martinez that?
Yes,
When you said that, you were making a medical diagnosis, were you?
no,
Kind of a figure of speech?
yes,
All right. We talked about on cross-examination how after this happened, Mr. Alexander was on top of you, correct?
he was standing over me.
Standing over you, you were on the ground.
Yes,
Do you remember whether or not you had the camera in your hand?
I did not at that point.
Okay. And he was standing over you around your shin or knees is what you testified to.
Yes, to my right.
To your right. And you testified to your recollection that he was yelling at you, right?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall what he's saying?
I only recall those two things that he said about me being an idiot and that a 5-year-old could hold a camera better than me, and he was using profanities when he said those things.
Do you remember what profanities he was using?
The F word, mostly.
So he's over you yelling, "You're an idiot. You drop the camera." Even a 5-year-old could hold the camera, correct?
Objection, yes.
Overall.
Somewhat, but that's very mild.
Okay. My interpretation is mild.
Yes.
What he was doing. Okay. So when he's over you like this, looking down at you in a more aggressive manner than I'm going to display here, are you having that same reaction that you've had before? Are you shaking? Are you in a fog?
It's more like heightened fear. All of a sudden, I don't know at that point if I was shaking yet. It was all very fast. So I don't know if I even had time to shake. It just started happening. It all happened very fast, and I was very scared.
So you remember when he's over you saying, "You're an idiot. You drop the camera." Even a 5-year-old could hold the camera. You're fearful.
Yes, he's angry now.
And you remember when you were down there, you remember what he did before, didn't you? You remember that he choked you to the point of losing consciousness, didn't you? Did you
Hey,
remember
Chris,
the fact that this man who was glaring over you
try
on
not
that
to
day
spam the
had
chat with
prior occasions choke you to the point you lost consciousness? Did you remember
2
that?
things, please.
Yes, the very last time previous to this day that he got on top of me.
Or
that's when
else
he choked me and I lost consciousness. and
my
I didn't want him
mod will have to.
have the advantage of that position again.
The advantage of that position again. You say that. Were you scared that this was somehow, did you sense that this was somehow different than any other occasion that he'd been violent with you?
It was almost the angriest I'd ever seen him.
She is psychotic.
His anger
We
escalated
agree.
after the gun went off. But yeah, at this point, I didn't want him to be on top of me again when he was angry, because last time I was afraid that he was going to bring me to that edge again.
The edge being what?
Death.
So he's over you, he's yelling at you. You told us that at a certain point in time that you rolled away from him. Is this when you rolled away from him?
Yes.
Okay. You rolled away from him, and based on what you told us before, you ran.
Yes.
When you ran, do you know if Mr. Alexander immediately began chasing you? Did he reach for the camera? Do you have any memory of what he did?
I didn't look behind me, but I thought I could hear his footsteps pounding down on the tile.
Pounding down on the tile. Are you referencing this area here in white? Is this the tile area?
Yes.
Okay. And from what you told us earlier, you began running down the hallway here, this 11-foot, 4-inch hallway.
That's correct.
Now, when you were doing this, were you looking at your watch thinking about how many second advantage you might have on him?
No.
Did you calculate to yourself, well, I could just run around here and run down the stairs and beat him down
No.
the stairs?
I probably made a quick calculation of the opposite.
Prior experience told you weren't getting away. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Did your prior experience lead you to believe that you had the ability to get away in this circumstance?
No, it did not.
So based on your testimony then and on what you said on cross, you head for the closet, correct?
Yes.
How did we miss the ninja?
Showing you exhibit 69. You head for this closet, correct?
Yes.
And this is where you tell us that you grabbed Mr. Alexander's gun, correct?
Yes, I slammed the door first and then ran.
Okay. You were asked about that a little bit on cross-examination, how far you were in front of him, that you had time to slam the door. Were you making these sort of calculations at this point in time?
Well, when I slammed the door, the idea was to create some kind of obstacle, but no, not to that degree.
That
Not
bus.
making calculations like that.
And point to us again where in this closet the gun was.
He kept it up in this, well, it was in the corner. It wasn't above the clothes necessarily. There's a corner there. It was in the corner.
Okay. And was it sitting out or was it in a box? Recall, where was it?
It was sitting up there. I believe it had a holster.
Okay.
I think she said, I think it was in a holster, right? Yeah.
Please state your last name.
Okay, yes, it was in a holster at one point.
Okay. You say at one point, this position that you're speaking of here this afternoon, is this where you knew the gun to be based on your prior experiences, Mr. Alexander's house cleaner?
Yes, indeed.
Over to the answer.
Yes, that's how I discovered it when I was dusting all the shelves in the closet.
When you went into the closet and shut the door, were you thinking about grabbing the gun?
No, not when I slammed the door.
Looking back at exhibit 249, when you left Mr. Alexander, to your recollection, he was somewhere around this area, correct?
He was somewhere between there and here. Well, somewhere around here.
And the area of the closet we see here in exhibit 69, this is the door that is near the bathroom, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the shortest distance between you and the gun that was back here actually would have been this way, right?
That's right.
But you didn't go that way, right? You went this way.
Yeah, my first thought was just run.
Okay. So as you're running through this closet, as you've already told us, you're not going there with the aim to get the gun because you didn't take the route that would have been consistent with that, correct?
Sustained.
When was it that you decided, I'm going to grab his gun?
It was almost immediately after I slammed this door, the one where the photo.
The one that faces, and just, let's be clear here, because I know it doesn't show both doors, that exhibit. We're talking about this door by the bedroom, right? That's the one you slammed?
Yeah, I slammed it and I began to run past the seat and it was all split second.
Okay. So you shut that door, you run past the seat, and this little bench is what we're calling the seat?
Yes,
Okay. And that's when you decide to grab this gun.
yes,
Now, you testified previously that at a certain point in time, Mr. Alexander had opened the doors, opened these double doors that you had shut, correct?
it's just a single door. He did open
Okay.
it right as I was, I don't remember the exact one, it was as I was either reaching up or coming down, the door opened and then I ran out the other door.
You say reaching up or coming down, you mean from grabbing the gun in this area here?
Yes,
All right. So you told us then at that point in time that you ran back out towards the bathroom once you had the gun.
I'm so
Yes.
lucky to have maybe.
And was Mr. Alexander still pursuing you?
yes, there was a pretty good amount of distance closed almost. He had more traction on the carpet and he was coming out the door.
Okay, you said that in kind of a a pretty good amount of distance had closed. Are you saying that he was closer to you?
Yes, closer than when he opened the door and I was in the corner.
Okay. All right. One of the things that you were asked about on cross-examination was this idea, and I'm going to move this forward a little bit here so we can see the whole bathroom. You come out of that closet first. That's what you testified to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've got this gun, and you're holding it, and you're pointing it. So that's what you told us, correct?
Yes, I ran into the bathroom and I turned and I pointed it.
Pointed it in what direction?
In the direction of Travis.
And Travis would have been, based on what you told us before, Travis would have been coming out of this area, right?
Yeah, he was beginning to come out of the closet.
Okay. Now, when he's beginning to come out of the closet, do you remember, and you can make note of it, where you were?
I was in the center of the bathroom, somewhere in the center.
Okay.
I know that when we fell in the corner up here somewhere.
Okay. When you said you fell. Now, when you were standing in the first spot,
Chris.
outside the closet there, before you fell, he was running towards you, right?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying anything in particular?
When I started down the hallway after I rolled away, he was still screaming at me. And when,
Chris, just stop.
At the time he came out of the closet, was he saying?
We all know you're here.
I don't recall words, but he was screaming and he had an angry
Lay off the
tone and
keyboard.
loud volume.
Watch. Enjoy, please.
Were you scared?
Yes, I was very, very scared.
Were you still feeling as you did before that this time is different, that he was going to kill you?
Yes. If he got on top of me, I was worried about that.
You grabbed the gun, you've told us before, you grabbed the gun in the hopes that it would make him stop.
Objection, meeting has been answered.
Sustained.
When you grabbed the gun and showed it to him, was it your hope that he would stop?
Objection has been answered.
I have not asked you that.
Yes, that was the purpose.
Now, you testified, we saw you lunge forward, and you described that as like a linebacker would jump, correct?
Yeah, I think because he crouched a little. That's how I described it.
You crouched a little. Do you recall, and I understand you didn't have a tape measure or weren't calculating the distance at this time, but do you have any idea how far Mr. Alexander was from you when he lunged at you?
No, I could approximate, not distance in feet, but maybe as far as maybe the court reporter.
Okay. Oh. Was he this far?
He was closer.
Was he this far?
At one point he was, but when he actually lunged, I think he was a little bit closer.
So when he lunged at you, was he running?
Yes.
So this was a quick moment in time, right?
Have a good one. Thanks for the
So he
sub.
ran at you, and he lunged.
Yes.
And at the time that he lunged, again, I understand that you didn't have a measuring tape or weren't calculating this, but did you view him to be within reaching distance?
Objection, counsel understands.
Please make sure to like and subscribe, guys.
When he lunged at you, did you feel like he was in a position where he would have been able to take you down and get on top of you?
Yes, I stood in one spot.
So when you had this gun in your hand and he was lunging towards you, were you backing up or were you standing still?
I don't remember backing up, but I remember wanting to keep a distance between us.
And you told us on your direct and on cross-examination, you remember the gun going off and him being on top of you, right?
Yeah, we sort of fell. He was kind of on the side of me when we fell.
Now, when this happened, and you mentioned you're back there where the marker is now on the screen there, correct?
Yes,
When
a
you
little,
fell?
a little more toward the corner, a little closer to the sinks.
Okay, a little closer to the sink.
Little bit
When
close
you
and now.
fell in that direction and he was on top of you, your testimony during cross-examination and on direct was this is when he said, "Fucking kill you, bitch." Is that correct?
The moment I broke away from him, he was grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me, and I managed to tear away from him. And then at that moment, as I was getting up and getting away from him, he screamed.
Now, at this moment in time, when he's screaming, "Fucking kill you, bitch," Are you looking for the camera so you can make note of it, perhaps if you're on trial 5 years down the road?
No,
Were you making note of where the bullet casing might be in case you were on trial for your actions 5 years down the road?
no,
Instead, based on what you've told us, this is kind of the point in time where you lost your memory, correct?
yes, that is correct.
And at times, we talked about how you want to remember and where the knife was and the fact that you stabbed him with it and cut his throat. All those are kind of things that you're using logical assumptions, not actual memories. Is that accurate?
Objection, meeting has answered. Come back question.
Overruled, any answer?
That's correct.
The compound question thing is just
So, as it relates to
idiotic in
This
my
entire-
opinion.
Exhibit 249,
Part of me, excuse me.
you don't really know where the knife was, did you?
It's sad.
Immediately after you got up and got out from underneath it.
I have no memory of where it was at rest at that moment.
You just
True,
know it was up
Judy.
there based on the fact of the words Mr. Alexander suffered. Is that right? Now, during your cross-examination, you were shown many different photos of water being splashed around,
Hello,
cleanup
BP.
efforts that you made, you dragging Mr. Alexander's body across the floor. Do you remember seeing those?
Yes,
Do you remember taking any of those actions?
not those ones.
Do you remember
Only the good ones.
grabbing the gun and taking it with you?
I don't remember grabbing the gun and taking it with me in the car.
Do you remember grabbing the rope and taking it with you in the car?
I don't remember putting it in the car.
Well, to clarify then, do you remember grabbing it from or taking it from Mr. Alexander's bedroom?
No,
Do you remember placing Mr. Alexander's body in the shower?
no,
You told us during your testimony that Mr. Alexander, you remember, not at the time, but later on, you remembered kneeling on the bathroom floor, screaming and dropping the knife. Do you remember that?
I remember screaming and dropping the knife. I don't recall the exact position.
Do you remember how you felt at that moment in time when you were screaming and you were dropping the knife?
I can't really describe it. It's a horrible feeling. I felt I don't know. I felt panic. It's horrible.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 78. Could you look at that, Ms. Arias? When you went to Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th, 2008, was it ever
Sounds good, maybe.
to leave him lying dead in a shower?
No,
While you were there at his home on June 4th, 2008, did you ever decide that you wanted to kill Mr. Alexander and leave him dead in the shower?
no, that was never my thought. Did I recall?
Matter of fact, you didn't want to kill Mr. Alexander on June 4th, 2008, did you? Did you want to kill Mr. Alexander on June 4th?
No, that was not a goal of mine.
Did you want to leave him like that?
That's not how.
Look at that picture. Did you want to leave him like that?
No, I didn't.
Then why was he left like that?
That's how things happened that day. That's not what I.
Objection, is non-responsive as to why things happen like, why she left the body like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez, I couldn't hear you.
Objection, non-responsive as to why the body was left like that.
Restate your answer.
I don't know.
Did you want to kill him on June 4th, 2008?
Oh,
The same.
Then why did it happen?
it escalated after he attacked me. And I don't remember the specifics. I just remember panicking. And I remember thinking, he's angry. And I remember him coming after me, and he was coming after me, and he was coming after me, and he wasn't stopping.
Did you have any other choice?
When I was cornered, I didn't feel like I did.
After June 4th, 2008, let's talk about the period of time between June 4th and the point in time when you were arrested on the 15th of July, okay?
Okay.
We saw on your cross-examination and in other parts of your testimony that after June 4th, you sent Mr. Alexander text messages, you sent him emails, and you left him
Maniacal.
a voicemail. Do you recall those issues being brought to light throughout your testimony?
Yes.
Why did you make those? Why did you contact him at all, regardless of the fashion?
I knew I had done something that I thought was wrong, and I was very scared about everything that was going to happen subsequent to that, and how things were going to unfold. And I did those things after the fact to try and make it look like I hadn't been there. I knew that wouldn't hold up for long, but
Check out the narrative.
Well, go ahead, Ms. Arias.
Okay.
I knew that
She ruled in
likely wouldn't hold
defense's
up long.
favor.
I mean, we slept together that day, all that stuff can be found out, but
Well, let me ask
You
this.
done fucked up, girl.
You said like
You
you
done
felt
fucked up
like you
in
had
more than
done
one ways.
something wrong. You told us just a moment ago that you really felt like you didn't have any other choice but to kill Mr. Alexander because of him attacking you. Do you recall that?
yes.
So what in your mind did you do that was wrong?
Tell us all.
I feel like maybe it should have been me, and that maybe that I made it out of there, and I didn't have a choice, but maybe I did have a choice. I could just let him do what he's gonna do and not fought back.
Well, maybe you could just kill
And
me.
like I said,
and
when I
it
was at the
would've
Hoover
been
Dam, I
better.
was leaving that message, and I wasn't thinking, I don't even know what state of mind I was in, but I wasn't thinking that he died. I knew that something awful had happened. And then
First.
emails and those things, I knew what had happened was wrong. And my philosophy then is that it's not okay to kill somebody under any circumstance.
Second.
When you left Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th,
And most importantly,
was there a part of you that wished you were the one lying dead on that bathroom floor?
What part would this be? I had that
Part
thought,
of
but I
you.
don't know what time period you're talking about.
Well, afterwards, after you left.
Not immediately. I don't remember what I was thinking during those hours. But yes, I've had that thought many times afterward.
On cross-examination, you were also asked about lying. On several occasions, you were asked about, do you recall, you were asked about conversations you had with Dan Freeman
Yes,
and conversations you had with Leslie Udy. Do you remember that?
yes,
And conversations that you had with many different people, friends and family, prior to his arrest. Do you remember being asked about that?
yes,
And the assertion was you lied to these people because you didn't admit.
Someone
this.
was
Do you
arrested?
recall that?
yes,
And we've also talked at length during your cross-examination about the fact that you lied to Detective Flores. Do you recall that?
yes,
One of the things that you talked about, or that was asked of you, is that these lies were to benefit you. Do you recall being asked that?
yes.
What you told us here today and throughout the course of this trial would also be, or could also be beneficial to you. Is that correct? About what happened on June 4th?
If I had said that then,
Mhm.
possibly. I wasn't thinking about benefiting myself at that time, or I was more just focusing on, I just wanted to die.
What's that?
I just wanted to die.
Oh,
I was
bitch,
conflicted
please.
about- I don't know, I was conflicted about suicide at that point, but I was beginning to think about it some more.
What was then, putting aside suicide, I wanted you to address the specific issue of what was the benefit of you lying to all these people? Was it to evade responsibilities?
One word and one word only.
Ultimately, that wasn't my goal. Ultimately, I just didn't want people to know that I could have done something like that, because that's not how I lived my whole life. I considered myself a nice person, and I couldn't believe that had happened.
I'm sorry, what was the last part of your answer?
I couldn't believe that had happened, and I was horrified with myself. I was very ashamed.
You mentioned the word shame. But it also came up in your cross-examination and in your testimony in general that you were ashamed of much more than what happened on June 4th, correct?
Yes.
You were ashamed of the sex? Were you ashamed of the sexual behavior?
Well, thank
Somewhat.
you, BP.
Not too ashamed that I didn't go to my bishop, but certain aspects of it, certainly. I was ashamed of certain aspects of it.
Certain aspects of it. What do you mean by certain aspects of it?
I didn't want certain things about our sex life to be known. I didn't want people to know what I knew about Travis.
I
didn't
don't
want
either.
to identify him at this point in time, because it just,
Jokes on
one, it
us.
seemed hateful, and two, it didn't seem like it would accomplish anything. If I'm going to be dead, what's the point? And I didn't want, people are hurting, and I didn't want to hurt them worse by telling them. Like, I didn't see the point in saying, hey, look at all this stuff that happened between us. It just didn't. And I didn't want anyone to know about the violence, because I thought that people would think, oh, it must have been her because he attacked her, or he this or that. I didn't want people to know that our relationship had that escalation in it, that type of violence, that type of drama.
You had said earlier in your testimony, you talked about how you became, through the course of this relationship,
It's about 10 more minutes.
one of those people, referring to battered women. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Approach, please.
I don't think anyone knows. This shit's wild, man. I don't think it's money. If he's like, I don't know what they are. Good luck having what I'm giving you. And I'm like, okay, thank you so much.
May continue.
We're all laughing. Beats me. For clout, I don't know. Here's some completely unbeneficial
Showing you exhibit
social
249.
currency.
Right here. Who is he here?
The double doors that were the entrance to his bedroom.
Were those the doors we saw pictures of earlier?
Yes.
This is the place, this bedroom here. A lot of secrets went on behind those closed doors, didn't they?
Yes.
We're all laughing. We're all laughing. Because we're saying thank you for things we don't know what for.
4 instances of violence total.
Violence
Yes.
Yes, Eric.
and some sex.
Yes.
Ooh, what about sex?
Lots of sex.
Lots of
Right.
sex?
Yes, lots.
Damn.
This doorway here. On this side of it. People know what was going on outside those doors?
Oh.
I don't think so.
It was a dirty little secret you and Travis shared, wasn't it?
Sustained.
It's a secret life going on behind those doors, wasn't there?
Sustained.
Was there a secret life going on behind those doors?
Yes, it was.
A life that only you and Travis knew about.
And Jesus.
2008. Is that correct?
Well, I think other girls may have known with Travis in that room, but as far as between him and I, yes.
Even after his death, those secrets. Because this bedroom is also where you viewed him masturbating to an image of a child, correct?
Public.
That's correct.
When you were arrested and you were questioned about this. Well, let me back up. After June 4th, did you still have an interest in what went on behind these doors, keeping what went on behind these doors a secret?
The extent of it, yes, I did.
When you were arrested and you spoke to Detective Flores, did you still have the same desire to keep those secrets?
About when I walked in on him, yes, I
No,
made a
about
promise.
everything that happened
Damn it, Jodi!
behind those doors.
Listen to the question.
No, I told him a little bit that we had engaged in sexual activity, but I didn't want to go into detail, and I didn't want people to know the extent of that, but I thought it would be silly to deny it because I went to my bishop already about it.
My question was, if you
Oh.
did not, if you did tell him, it's if you wanted to tell him about what went on behind those closed doors.
Thank you, BP.
No, I didn't
Jesus
want anyone
always
to know
knows.
about, everyone was saying he was a virgin. That's completely the opposite.
Why not?
I didn't want to throw mud on him at that point, or, I mean, this was a time where people were remembering the good things about him, and I didn't want to take away from that by sharing certain things that I knew. I wanted to just share the good things that I remembered also.
Add what?
Your plan was to keep the secrets
Oh, these.
that went on
Okay.
behind these closed doors and take them to your grave, wasn't it?
Sustained.
Was that your plan? What was your plan, to take these secrets to your grave?
Overall, to me,
My plan was to
Okay, before you guys leave, please, first of all, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. And then I have been working on something, and I am working on something with a publisher. And it relates to the things and the stuff and the you know what's on here. So definitely stick around because things are firing up.
never talk about the scope of those things. I didn't want to throw him under the bus.
So getting back to my question then, and we talked about your plans for suicide and things, it was your plan to simply not talk about those things and keep those secrets and take them to your grave. Is that right?
sustained.
You didn't want to talk about these things, right?
That's right.
You wanted to die before you told these secrets. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Would you rather have killed yourself than tell all the things that you've had to tell throughout the course of this trial?
Overall.
At that time and for years that followed, yes.
You wanted to keep those secrets.
Shut the
I'm
fuck
finished my
up,
question.
Juan.
Was keeping those secrets more important to you than your own life?
Overall.
At that time, yes, it was. I didn't value my life much.
You didn't what?
I didn't value my life much. I wanted, well, I mean, eternal life, yes, but I wanted to be dead.
And in the same regard, you really didn't want to have to come out and tell all of us all these secrets. Is that correct?
Sustained.
That was weird.
Was it a desire of yours to come forward, sit down in this witness chair in front of the cameras on national TV and air all this dirty laundry?
Yes.
No, that was probably
Facts.
in the top 3 of my biggest fears.
You wanted to keep them a secret. Is that right?
Sustained.
What was your goal? We talked about your goal throughout this process. Your goals of deception, your goals of not telling Detective Flores, your goals of lying. Was it your goal to keep these secrets?
I haven't been asked
Yes, it was a goal.
to do FNL tonight, so
Your Honor, I have no other questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess. Tomorrow
okay.
morning, there's some matters that we need to address outside your presence. So I'm going to ask that you return at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. tomorrow. Please.
Ooh,
remember
I
the
want to hear
admission,
what.
your excused
There's
having
something that
seated.
happens after court. I want to hear.
Please be seated. Mr. Arias, you may step down. All right, counsel. I just received some additional questions from the jurors. It looks like we have probably 100 questions. So I'm going to ask that Mr. Nerming, Ms. Wilmot, you arrive tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Ms. Arias will be here. I'll give you an opportunity to review these questions. Mr. Martinez, can you be here by 11?
I can, but if there's going to be a court proceeding involving anything like this, I would ask that the next can also be included if the defendant is present involving these issues here.
Well, I wasn't going to have a court proceeding. I was going to allow defense counsel to review the questions with their client in the back. Then I was going to give you a chance to review them at 11 o'clock. Then we would go on the record around 11:30, discuss objections.
The only thing I ask is that I be given the same amount of time, since I do have this obligation for the next of kin to probably discuss some of these things with them. Yeah, so I would ask for the same amount of time, perhaps 45 minutes for each side.
She's like, bitch, let me check my fucking schedule. Okay.
Can you be here at 9:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes.
My concern is that you believe that you would need a substantial period of time to review these. So if you are here at 9:30, you could have from 9:30 until 10:30, and then I'll give the state from 10:30 until 11:30, and then I'll hear objections. Will that work?
It will for me, thank you.
Otherwise, we'll do it the opposite, and we'll allow
Well, we have the jury coming in at
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. That would only, based on that time frame, would only leave a half hour to deal with objections of 100 questions. That seems like it won't be sufficient. So
Well, we'll take whatever time we need, and if the jury's here at 1 o'clock and we're not ready for them, then we'll deal with that at that time. All right?
Oh, that
So
seems
9:30, unless you
efficient.
want to come earlier.
well, we could.
I gotta drop the kids off at school.
So
Oh, I
Martinez,
gotta
you're here
take
tomorrow
my
morning on
dog
another
to the
case.
groomer.
Whatever time you want me here, I'll be here and just let them know. So
Yeah, I mean, we can, one side can have from 9 to 10 and another 10 to 11 will be here at 9.
Okay, 9 o'clock, and
you're 10.
then you're here at 10.
Thank you.
Okay, that'll give us an hour. All right, thank you.
Well, that's actually quite the cliffhanger. All right. Yeah, so what maybe is saying, oh, motherfucker, I didn't check what day that was that I just exited off on. All right, we'll live. What maybe is talking about is Friday Night Live. It's every Friday, usually around 9 o'clock. She dropped the link in the comments, and it's on the Experts channel. It is a lot of fun. I am a semi like regular guest on the show. It's a lot of fun, and it's wildly inappropriate and just crazy. So a lot of fun. Please go. These people have supported me in my journey. They are fantastic to me. So I am going to go for now. And I hope that you have a lovely evening. Oh, you know what? I am going to restream or redirect, because I know how to do it now. I probably should have thought of this beforehand. I guess just like talk amongst yourselves. Oh, nope, not that. Excuse me. Analytics. Oh, I was there. That's what she said. Add redirect. Nope. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. Search for videos. Okay, Valhalla. You guys are going to Valhalla. Everyone's going to Valhalla. Okay, so once the stream ends, it's going to redirect. You're going to Valhalla, and I will see you guys later. Peace. Oh, I'll see you on Monday. Monday at like 2:30. No, I'm sorry. Monday at 3:30. I'm losing it. Monday at 3:30. Bye, guys. Have a great night. Have a great weekend.